dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow.
Seeking power over those that oppose me. Unspeakable crime, murder at midnight. A deal I made, a life I had to take. Someone I loved once held so tight. The screams will follow me, cries of my ancestors said, go away. My offering, fasting in grain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. This form I desire, in innocent blood I will devour. Ancestors gathering round the dwelling, the spirit inhabiting, evil enveloping, the dancing braves in the night, the spirit occupying and transforming, stolen heights, dark practices, my secret life, feathered outers, mysticism, intriguing, my offering, fasting in grain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal high. the same. Give me the ability to hide in plain sight, so no one can see me, not even in the light. I am the crawler, armor within, I'm nobody's friend. This initiation is all part of the dark creation. My desires performing incantations. I walk in disguise. If I catch you, it's your demise. Shamanism, my religion, summoning spirits, manifesting myself and changing my flesh. A nightmare to behold. I'ma make you part of the fold. The skin of a man, the soul of a predator. The change is complete. This thing I become, my flesh has succumbed. My offering, fasting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hiding by me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same.
entombed for 3,000 years, wrath growing in me. I have lived an eternity suspended in darkness. Release me, release me, wasting and running. Release me, release me. Condemned and bound, the sands of time have run out. Curse fills the room, curiously open my tomb. Rising from the cradle of death, my sentence has come to an end. Release me, release me, wasting and running. Release me, release me. My curse is your curse. Death is the gift I bring. Revenge in my hands. I feel no remorse. This is the mummy's corpse. Release me, release me, wasting and running. Release me, release me.
Okay, folks, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, and this is PRT. We're in the studio tonight. We're in the studio because we do studio for sure on Sundays. We've been having a lot of weird issues on during the week, which has kept me at the house. And by weird, spiritual warfare. I guarantee you that's what it is. I had somebody reach out to me, a couple of different people, and told me that they had, this is weird. And Tony, you want to say hi? Anthony, you and Tony want to say hi?
Hey everyone. Hi. Appreciate y'all being here with us.
Yeah. So, I see, Tony, you got your necklace on. That's nice.
Show it off.
Anthony doesn't wear his. He just comes naked. But that's all right. Whatever.
As usual.
I just forgot.
Two rich people taking the poor people to dinner.
You can barely even see his, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, but it looks nice. Show him your chain.
No, I like that Byzantine. I like it. I like that design. It looks cool.
Yeah.
But with a black shirt, it doesn't do it justice.
Well, yeah, but he just got it today from Max. So.
Yeah.
But is that tungsten or stainless steel? That's probably stainless.
It's stainless, but
because tungsten's too hard for a Byzantine.
Max gave it to him at I went in there today to get my show the camera. I went in there to get a ring fixed. This is one of my rings. This is really pretty. I got this from Mahdi over there in Barton Creek, and Max is like, I wish I could have sold you that one. I was like, why? Because they're competitors, but they're real friendly.
Yeah.
And so they tease each other all the time. But anyways, I got that ring on a whim because Stefan was shopping and he was buying anime shirts when he got paid at the Barton Creek. And so I'm over there like, I mean, I'm not bored, but I'm not really into the anime shirts. So I'm just kind of sitting there going like, okay. So me and Nelly were at the jewelry counter, and my D's friend was working on me, man. He's like, I see you. I know you like that ring. He gave me such a good deal on it. It was like barely what he paid for it. So I was like, okay. And that was about 6 months ago. And I ended up getting it, and then it was bothering my finger. So I took it in, and I got Max to fill it in. And Max is like, where'd you get this? Because he knew I don't. I said, dude, you know I go to QT too. That shout out to Peter and Lee, the Vietnamese people. He goes, this isn't from them. They don't, because their stuff's real high end, you know. And I said, okay, I got it from Madi. He goes, I knew it. I knew you went to that guy. So I messaged him, and I said, he's over here. He's hating on you, man. But shout out to them both, really nice guys. But they are really good guys.
Yeah, Max gave me this bracelet for free. And that's why
He gave me that bracelet, and then that necklace you're wearing,
it.
he gave it to me for half price because he said you were looking at it the last time you were there.
Yeah, I've been looking at this bracelet for a long time.
Yeah.
He's had it for a while.
Yeah, but believe it or not, this is going to sound crazy, folks. This is a Diesel watch that I just got, and Max, my jeweler, I'm not joking, he gave me this. He gave it to me. I am not making that up. He just gave it to me because I was teasing him about it. I said, man, I could go to get that at San Marcos for $200, whatever. He's like, nah. So he threw it in. But he does a lot of custom work for us, and he's a really good guy. Jewel City Max Con. That's his name. Kahn. Con. I always tease him. I say, your last name's Con. Come on, man. That doesn't bode well. He's like, when people ask him his last name, he's like, Max Cooper. tell him your name is Max Cooper. Or tell him it's Con. But he's a great guy, man. He's a really nice guy. Shout out to him. And the people who got working for him, Jacob, the other guy, they're all real nice people. And they do a lot of work for me. And they've had a lot of jewelry repaired there. And
Yeah, they really care about their work and taking care of their people.
And that guy, God, I can't remember his name now. He's only been working for about 3 months. Well, since Christmas. What is this, April? Jeez. 4 months?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
The one he hired for April. But that guy, he told me and Anthony the other day, he's watched every episode. Mm-hmm. He started binge watching it in early December, and like a couple of weeks ago, he said, I've seen every episode. I said, even the live stream, she goes, everything. He's from India. Max is from Pakistan, but he's from India, and he said he's seen every episode. And I was like, that's incredible. And he started telling me about them. And I go, yeah, I know. I did them. Yeah,
I was there.
I remember.
It was like,
I was at every one of them, believe.
I was there when it was written.
some of the fans will like they'll know our content even better than
Yeah, because once you use it
like
and it's
indexed
done.
in their mind. Yeah, because like when we do it, it's not the same as like sitting there and getting to just relax and unwind and listen to it. Like we have to move on to the next thing and then like focus on like what this is my next response and blah blah blah. I don't know.
It's kind
really
of
cool.
well, not to mention like we also get a lot of stories all the time. So it's like once one's done, it's in the folder of like, oh, we did this one.
Mm-hmm.
If people want to know about it, they can look at that episode, so we don't have to worry about it.
But sometimes we have to go back through and look in the archives because we'll, like I said last night on the show, we got to pull threads.
Yeah,
Threads are very important, and what I mean by threads is, and I explained this last night, and this is part of what I'm going to be talking about. I mean, it's like from last night to tonight. You'll get a story, and somebody will say, well, this is, such and such, and then you go and you can compare it, So I can tell you this. Last night I mentioned a few different stories, and I mentioned a Dogman story. So I wake up today, no bullcrap. I'm not going to get into it, but I had some calls that people were messaging me about this stuff that's going on. We're not going to talk about that. I do need to say something, though, about the community as a whole, and I need to say something about, because this spills over into all the communities that my show encompasses. Like if you put UFOs, Dogman, Bigfoot, ghosts, put a circle in the middle of it, that would be, we encompass all of it. We hit on all those topics. So I did have a couple people have reached out to me over the last, what is today, Sunday? Jeez. First one reached out to me on Friday, and then there were two yesterday. They are from the UFO community, and you may know some of them. You may know them. One of them in particular, he's been on my show as a co-host. But Ghost Ship, I didn't forget. Trust me, I know. I wrote it down. But I wrote down Dogman on a piece of paper, and I'm like, how tired was I? Because I'm like, what Dogman story? So I thought that I had earmarked it, so I looked it up, and like 1,000 of them pop up, and I'm like, oh my god. So I found one, but it was one that I shared with Josh. Which I think it might have been Steve Stockton or something. Anyway, I don't remember, but it was somebody that I had shared one with, or they had shared it with me, and I couldn't place who told it to me. So then I went down to like 3 or 4 other. We got to get that organized because I went down and there was like another one that said Evan's story, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I go on there and there's nothing on there, and it said see report 2B, and I was like, so I went back up to because. You remember how when we first started doing it, we were just like putting like we thought we were fancy, but we were like report 201B, like whatever, like okay, just put the name of it. It's like, you know, it was like because we thought we tried to catalog it with Armando.
Yeah, we thought we were going to have a system.
Yeah, we had some kind of system that
like we were some kind of library.
Yeah.
We thought we were highfalutin, but we were
We were professionals.
I mean, it would be nice.
This is case 2101B.
It would be nice to have like all the stories throughout the whole show, like from beginning to start, like indexed.
Oh yeah,
That's a daunting.
Think of all the ones we did that fell through the cracks.
People.
Like somebody was, folks, don't hesitate to send me. Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it now. And I talked to Tony and Anthony, and kind of had the phone call today with Scorpion and D too. We all just had a meeting. One of the things I want to tell you is that don't hesitate. Don't feel like you're imposing upon us. If you've sent me a story twice and I didn't respond, send it again. I'm not trying to give you a homework or a chore, but I'm saying we have to get them because I don't want a gem to slip by. There was one that I heard the other day on a show, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm not a real jealous guy. I'm like, everybody gets to eat, whatever. But I'm not gonna say it. I heard the person telling the story to a friend of mine, and I'm going like, rats, because, man, that one was he was trying to get it to me. And you know who you are. I'm not going to call it out or whatever. But that's okay. I mean, that's all right. We're not going to say his name, Ernie. I'm joking. It wasn't him. It wasn't him. But no, you did a good job of telling the story to him, and I was happy for him, but I thought, dang.
Missed out.
I missed out on it because it was good, and it was one that I even had in my head. I was like, I could retell this one so badass, But everybody, it's as long as it got told. And now if you want to tell it, it's fine, whatever. I'm just going to sit here like this, uninterested while you're talking.
I could have
I
done
heard
that
this on
better.
so-and-so show. Yeah, that's cool. Start falling asleep. I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you.
Wow, I would have done that better.
And then shout out to Pancho Zorch. I know that you have already told your story, but because I believe you emailed me before too, and I just didn't get to it. And then to Eric B, Eric V, you're another one. I did not, and so please, I will. It's gonna happen. I'm just trying to get them done. That's why we're on so many nights a week. Somebody was taking a shot at me in a friendly way, and they were like, "He's on every night." I'm like, no, I'm not on every night. I'm on every night, but what, 2?
I take Wednesdays off.
I'm on Thursdays with Blondes and Booze. It's not even my show. I'm just on there with them. So don't say that, man. So I see everybody in here. Hey, Bigfoot Michigan Rob, James Aletto, Bernard Fox, Amy
Shay
Creel,
Viking.
Love Cat. What's up, Love Cat? Everybody, the usual suspects piling in here. We're almost at 300. Once you get 300, we'll start talking here. Madeline, how's it going? Sugar Britches.
Bernard, what's going on?
Miguel Guetta, my man. Okay, so, here's what we got going on. I wanted to talk a little bit about something, and this is important for the entire community. And I wanted to wait till we got a little more people in here, but, and I promise you, I'm not going to let it bleed into story time. Once we get these, we start cracking them. If anybody remembers last night, though, what the Dogman story was, because my dumbass, excuse my language, but I just wrote down Dogman, and I guess I thought my memory is so good that I'm going to remember what the hell that meant. But there are thousands of Dogman stories.
It was one of them. And if you know which one of them it was, let us know.
Yeah. I'm not one to plug Dogman encounters, but it came up in my feed, which I don't know why I don't even look at that. But the last episode, it was kind of funny. It just said another Dogman encounter. Like that was the name of it. Like I guess VC just got tired of like he's
There's only
like,
so many names.
another Dogman encounter. Like honestly, if it was me, I would have been like, what the hell? My story was good. It wasn't just another. But you got to understand something from. I'm not defending him because but it was. He just wasn't too thrilled. Like I don't know what he was doing. It was just. But I just saw it on there. Another Dogman account. I thought, come on, you could at least.
There's only so many times you can use terrifying and scary.
That would kind of upset
DJ
me.
Tyler said it was my encounter. Was that yours, Tyler? Because I saw it. Okay, so last night, and I need to talk to Matt about this because I'm actually a sponsor of his show. But Matt, I guess he went on live when we were on live. So I'm like, I'm going to get you. And people are like, he's an amputee. Oh, well, he better stand on that other leg because I'm going to beat him down. I'm kidding, dude. I always mess with Matt. We're always messing with each other. Matt Imps is a good guy. He's a good guy. And if anybody's on at the same time as me, I think Tex is on right now too with the Infamous Minds, but he's doing like a serial killer thing, whatever. It's not the same audience. So I need to coordinate when everybody's on so I can not step on people's toes because I don't want to do that. I really don't. I want everybody to be able to have fun and eat and enjoy, And so he was on last night, I think, with Tyler. And please pray for Matt. He is going through a lot right now. I'm not joking. He is having some serious health issues. He's not talking about it, bringing it up because, get this, when he did, one of the people who is messing with us decided to take it upon himself and mess with Matt and go around spreading rumors about him. So yeah, that's really classy there, buddy. Go ahead and attack a guy who's going through health problems, he's an amputee.
God, Matt is the nicest guy.
He's a nice guy, and he's going through hell right now. And we're not going to say his name. We're just going to say one of them who's been reaching out to everybody and anybody has attacked him. And it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Go to PRT News, and you'll see what Matt posted. He gave us the screenshots of what the guy was saying, and then that guy had come to me, and this is what really popped it all off, was I told Matt what he had said because the guy came to me. Well, when I went to him to talk to him about the situation, he said something. And then he told me that Matt said something. So it was this whole, it's not working, dude. It's not working. And in fact, so these guys from the UFO community I'm friends with, they reached out to me, and I want people to hear this. You got to hear this. Pray for Matt, please. But we're good. Me and Matt and Barton and everybody, we're good. There's all these rumors and stuff. Bettina, my friends, they're solid. They're not turning on me. These people are lying because they're trying to get everybody to believe that there's this big movement. Yeah, okay, dude. It's huge. There's this huge exodus away from PRT. That's why we're at 337 right now. That's why, yeah. Everybody's abandoning ship because it's a sinking ship full of rats, right? But here's the thing. These guys reached out to me, each one of them. There was, two of them, one day and then two the next, but one of them we called, the second guy had me call him. And they've been in the UFO community for years. One of them has been in the UFO community for over 30 years. And he's a pretty well-known guy. And I didn't ask whether I could say his name or whatever, so I'm not going to say it, but it's not important. But what he said, and one of them, like I said, he's been on the show too, but he said, he goes, what you're going through is what the UFO community has been going through for a long time, and to a lesser degree, the ghost community. And I was like, what is that? He goes, paid shills. I said, well, I kind of thought that. I kind of wondered about that. And he says, you are now doing something that only a few people were doing when you started doing this. He's like, and if you've noticed now, other people are starting to do it, and it's an upward spiral that's becoming, it's turning into a blazing inferno. It's picking up. And that is crossing over between Dogman, Bigfoot, and into, we cross over from Dogman into Bigfoot, into ghosts, into UFOs. He's like, and it pisses people off. But what it also does, though, is it gets the attention of what he calls, this isn't me talking, this is someone else, and Anthony and Tony know who this is. Mm-hmm. He's a very intelligent guy, very smart guy. And he said, the shadow, and so I said, okay, people that are behind the scenes shadowing us. And he said, yes, and you've caught their attention. And he goes, it's going to be a tough road. It's going to be hard. He goes, there's never been peace since since you started this. And when I jumped into this, I jumped into a sea full of sharks. Had no clue. I thought naively, I'm just going to get along with everybody and I'm going to work with everybody. And the guy that I started working with, he told me, he goes, you can't do that. I thought he was just being salty. No, he was being honest. He's like, you can't do that. Good luck to you. That's not going to work. And one of my friends, Red Creek Mafia, I'll shout out to him, Mike Bluler. He mentioned to me that someone that we had as mutual friends had reached out to him and told him, he says, dude, you're going to deal with gangs. And he's like, and when he told me that, I thought, no way. But I told him, I said, I heard the same speech from somebody who was teaching me about this field. And they didn't call them gangs, they called them cliques. And people will come at you. But there are people in this community, folks, I'm telling you right now, I promise you, they are shills. And I believe what these guys were telling me. And they said these people, they come out of nowhere, they embed themselves into the community, they latch on, and they ask a bunch of questions, which is what these people are doing, asking tons and tons of questions from everyone so that they can get something on you so that they can destroy you. And then they go on to the next one and the next one and the next one.
They cause so much conflict that, there's pretty much like nothing.
No peace.
No one wants to stay to watch it. So you start losing fans and people start leaving because it's just always conflict.
Yeah, the conflict is the point.
Yeah.
Brother, heck, it's not a joke. Ghostbuster gangs, I'm not joking, all right? I'm not talking about some kind of silliness or whatever, and I'm not picking at you, heck, but I'm being dead serious. They've been dealing with this in the UFO community for a long time, and they have destroyed and discredited a lot of people. So what they do is they cause so many problems for someone who's getting close to the truth. And when that person eventually people don't want to work with them or deal with them because it comes with all this baggage. So they destroy it to the point where, but what ends up happening though is they just get harassed by the people, whatever, and a lot of them don't fight back. They just lay there and take it and they get kicked. And one of them said conventional thinking would tell you to just lay there and take it. But he said, you're doing the right thing because you're exposing them. He said, this is not really, he goes, I've thought about this. And in the UFO community, they weren't naming names. They were just sitting there taking this abuse from these people, and they destroyed these people. I mean, they really did. They destroyed a lot of these people's credibility. They just crushed them. And I asked that question to these guys. I said, why did they just sit back and be passive? He goes, a lot of people just don't have the stomach for it. They don't. And they let them just eat their lunch, and he said, and then another thing too, and I said, well, we thought about it, just leaving it all behind and going away. And I don't know if he was trying to get me to stay on board or whatever, but he said, that's not going to work. He said, if you leave, the people will forget about you eventually and just kind of move on or whatever. He goes, but they won't. Their handlers won't. He goes, they know that at any time you could come back and start talking truth again. So something will happen to you. And he was dead serious about this. And I go, what do you mean? I mean, I kind of already figured it out. I'm not naive. But he said, yeah, you get cancer, some kind of scandal, or you get killed. And I was like, oh boy. So it was a very sobering moment. Not that I was drunk or high. I felt like I should have been, but it was a very sobering moment for me and for us as a team to hear this. And I thought, one of them knows me very well. The other two know me kind of. One of them was at my first conference. But they told me this collectively. They were like, look, one of them listens to my show, and he's like, you have said a lot. You've done a lot. So you know a lot, and that's a problem, for the powers that be. So his advice to me, and it's something, well, I didn't put this in his head, but I said, so if I just stay the course and keep talking, he goes, yes, keep doing that. So they encouraged me. And I thank you for the gentleman for telling me that, because they said, look, stay in there and keep naming names. And if the people that come at you, he goes, expose them. Quickly do it. Because if you don't, he's like, because I was being quiet about these people, and I thought, I was trusting a friend that was going to talk to them and try to get them to stop. And he's another YouTuber. Y'all probably all know him. And he tried, he said, give me a couple days and I'll talk to him. And it didn't work. It did not work. They lied and said, yeah. And then they just kept doing it. And I said, it's like they're getting paid. That could be the case for these people that have been doing this the last few months and these others that have,
What other vested interest could they possibly have? Mm-hmm. I mean, these things take time, and time is money.
Yeah. And so if they feel like if they can keep on chipping away eventually, and what they've done in the UFO community, there's so many of them now, it's rife with it. I mean, you don't know who's who, and everybody is hey, Volta BS. I can't get over the freaking name. But the Vulture loves you. But, I call him the Vulture. That's what he looks like. Yeah, I killed 22 Dogman with my pinky. Okay, whatever. But, these people that are doing what they do, they basically, they're this is what I was told. And I don't know if this is true, but one of the guys we were talking to today, I talked to him a little bit briefly today. He said, what they do is they get in trouble. Like whatever their vice is, they get in trouble, big time, like trouble. And they're like, oh, you want to be out of trouble? Well, here's a guy that's going to deal with you. He's going to handle you, and he'll tell you what to do. And so they give him a fake backstory and whatever else and blah, blah, blah. But sometimes these people become they like people in the community and they become friends with them. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that they don't have a mission. They still have to do what they have to do because they're kind of like undercover or whatever. And, one of these guys, he says 2 years ago that he all of a sudden just found my channel through his daughter's boyfriend. And then he just fell in love with everything paranormal all of a sudden. Now, does that make sense to you at all? I mean, I never bought that. I was like, what are you talking about? Like that, you just like one day go, you know what? I'm just going to be into Bigfoot. Like it just, all of a sudden you're 60, 50 something years old. You just decide this, you just up and decide that day you like Dogman, Bigfoot and ghosts and UFOs and stuff. Like that just happened like that. It could, I guess, but by the time you're that age,
set in your ways at that point.
Yeah, you're already set in your ways. You're not going to just all of a sudden start, and then next thing you know, you're everybody's friend and you've embedded yourself into the community, and then because that's what they do in the UFO community, and that's what they've been doing, and they've discredited a lot of people and they've destroyed people's lives. Now, I talked about last night when I first got into this, there was a war that was already starting. And one of these pious people who was acting like the drama was for me or whatever, I'm going like, no, dude, you were at war when I showed up. You were at war back then, 2015, 16. You were already fighting with people. And I was just watching. And I sat out that first round. But when I saw that the people who were believing in the metaphysical were constantly being overtalked and attacked by the people who believed in the physical. Now, my goal was never to tip the balance into the metaphysical realm. All I wanted was for everybody to be able to have a voice. And I believe that we accomplished that. And this is the Dogman community. It's not talking about Bigfoot. And I saw that. I saw everybody who had anything to say that was not in a physical
box version of what people
then
wanted.
They got attacked. Mm-hmm. So I said, you know what, this is total BS, And so the pendulum was way over here. And so I pushed as hard as I could, and it just went to the middle, which is good. Because now, if you're a flesh and blood person, you have the right to say what you want, like always. And if you're a person who believes metaphysical, you have the right too. Now, me, I'm in the middle. I believe that there could be both. I believe that Bigfoot could be a phenomenon that involves all kinds of different weird things, but there's a flesh and blood version too, I think, that runs around, and I believe it's from the inner earth. That's my opinion. But I'm not going to bash people because their opinions are different. But I want to thank the people who actually did talk to me over this weekend and told me, hey, calm down. You're going through what we've gone through. And each one of them people have tried to discredit them. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. And that's what we're dealing with. And, it just, it burns my butt that we have to deal with this. And you don't know who's who. You don't know who you can trust. And you kind of have to just roll with the punches, and take whatever they give you and punch back. But we thought about it long and hard, and I thought, we don't want to be the drama channel, which is, they're trying to paint us as that. The other channels, they come out and they're drama on their show all the time, whatever. We're trying to keep it off of the show as much as possible. But I needed to say that to as big an audience as I could, because those guys they went out on the limb to contact us and tell us, hey, look, man, don't stop. If they punch back, because if you don't, you're going to go the way of the dodo, as these other guys. They're all in the waste bin of history because they didn't fight back. They just sat there and they thought, well, I'm just going to sit here and not do anything. What that ended up happening to those people, that was like an admission that they were wrong. That was like an admission that they were guilty because they didn't really defend themselves. They didn't do what they were supposed to do, and damn, fight back. Expose these cats. Don't let them go behind the shadows. And it sounds like, oh yeah, just let it slide. Don't do anything, whatever. That was not was not the correct course of action.
That's why those people do what they do.
Because because nobody stands up to them. Nobody fights back. And then they're able to deceive good people. I've seen good people recently flipping and going to their side because but you please don't be angry with them. I mean, yeah, I get it. But some of those people, I know they're just being deceived. Because you got to understand something. If somebody is a shill, and I'm not saying they are because I don't know. That was just something that was told to me. But they are in our community, and a lot of these people have some weird stuff in their background. They'll admit things like they did something to a family member, or they did and you're going like, what? Because that's what happened to us. They were telling us this weird stuff, and I'm like, how are you running around free?
Yeah.
But it makes sense because they got in trouble and the thing got wiped off, so they so they take them in and go, oh, you did this. Here's agent so-and-so from shadow agent whatever, and now go and do this. Destroy. And they do. And it's kind of their fault, because they did what they did that was bad, but also their will is not their own anymore. And some of them, I've even been told, it's been pointed out that they act like they're not going to have to be held accountable for anything. And they act like they're not going to ever get in trouble for anything. One of them in particular is so brazen that he'll call you and tell you a bunch of stuff and then call the other person and tell you said that, and he just does that all day long. And he claims he works this job, but yet when you talk to some of the people that he supposedly did the job for, he's actually being held legally because he never did the jobs. And I'm like, yeah, because that's probably not his real job. His real job is to cause problems, So, you got to be careful with these people. And like I said, I don't know the 100%. I think that a lot of things are going to come out over the coming days. And I'm not afraid. I don't care what they say about me. I will never, ever allow these people to control the narrative about my show. I can't control everyone else in this field, and I don't want to. All I can do is control what we do here at PRT, and they don't have any right or say in that at all. But I did have a talk today. Somebody reached out to me and said, look, I got to tell you something. And once again, it was more whatever. So go to PRT News, and you'll see what this man posted. And, go check it out. He was contacted by these people. These people have a list, and they're going through it, every freaking name they can come up with. And this is no joke.
Yep.
I'm not afraid because I got nothing, I got no bones in my closet. Let them dig all they want.
Yeah, the worst part is that they're going around contacting people that have nothing to do with any of this stuff. People who've done absolutely nothing wrong, and taking up their time, texting them, calling them, just people who just want to live their lives in peace, and they can't do that. Why? Because they're connected to us, because they're friends with us, because they like our stuff, so they're being targeted because of it. Mm-hmm. They're being targeted by these people who. I mean, logically, what vested interest do they have to sink so much time into constantly just harassing so many different people? So many people have come forward and said, look, I don't know what's going on. So-and-so, this guy said this and contacted me. I don't even know who he is. I've only had one brief conversation with him, and he's on my phone. One of them was sick, and he got a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning. So people's
that was
lives are
Abe.
being
That was Abe.
Yeah,
I contacted
yeah, it was Abe.
Yeah.
He's recovering from an illness, and here's this guy calling him 3 o'clock in the morning to give him an earful about all this stuff that he has nothing to do with. So,
And that's the thing too, is like it's always really early in the morning. He's always just
Yeah, it's like 3 in the morning.
Why is it always
Why?
just
yeah, like
at
why
that
is it why at the witching hour?
Not 3 in
like-
the morning. Like,
Why is that? I mean,
and then he gave.
if you have
us-
a day job, what are you doing calling people 3 o'clock in the morning on a weekday?
Yeah,
And then-
supposedly he runs around all over doing jobs. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, the thing was too is like when he worked for us, he couldn't stay awake. Or
Yeah, like so. I
yeah,
mean,
that's pretty bad. My brother had a serious problem with him. Just
yeah.
you know, so we're not going to talk about it anymore. That's it, folks. I just wanted to say what those gentlemen had told me, and shout out to them for doing that. The first guy, I like him a lot. He's a good dude, man. He's a really good kid, and he's not a kid, but he's younger than me. The other two are old farts like me. One of them's older than me, but like I said, all of them have been on my show at one point in time or whatever. But they just wanted to. Well, the one guy hadn't, but he will. But like I said, he's been in the UFO community for over 30 years, and he's like, look, dude, you're dealing with shills. These aren't, you're looking, he told me, he's like, stop looking for reasons. They're going to come up with as many reasons as there are stars in the sky. And one of them has come up with like 4 different reasons. The one he's talking about. The sir sleeps a lot. But anyway, moving on. That's what now you know, because just remember, in this community, if you want to call it a community, whatever you want to call it, these people, they are here and they are doing what they do. And even if these guys aren't that, there are people who are. There are people who are, and that's all they do is just cause problems. And they make up stuff. And if they'll make up stuff, they'll probably make up stories about, oh yeah, I saw 10 Dogman fighting a Bigfoot. There's my shirt. St. Michael defend us in battle. So somebody says, I didn't get to see what your shirt said. There it is. So when we were talking yesterday, I talked about a friend of mine, goes by the name of Troy, because that's his name. But his parents are Cambodian. And I thought it was interesting because he's Asian. Mm-hmm. His name is Troy. And I had never heard, I've heard of Choi, which is a Korean name, but so I worked with this guy years ago, and he told me a pretty weird story. And not too long ago, he actually got back in touch with me and said, hey, man, you got your show and all that, you know. And another guy we worked security with, he still works security. He owned a company for a little while. And he got in touch with me. He says, I want to get you to tell that story I told you. And so I tried to get him to come on the show, but he's a little self-conscious about his accent. I don't think his accent's that bad. But one of the things he said that when his parents, when he was a kid, his mom and dad had these horrible scars on their arms. And he didn't know what that was. And his dad had a really bad scar down his side and on his back. He didn't know what it was. And he said that they were at the swimming pool. This is kind of sad. He was at a swimming pool with his parents, you know, in their little local neighborhood, whatever. And his dad had his shirt off, and the other kids were snickering and laughing and pointing at him. And he said, I felt ashamed. I felt embarrassed of my dad. He goes, but I went to bed, and I felt like angry toward my dad for having these other kids make fun of him and laugh. And he goes, and I felt ashamed of myself for being ashamed of my dad. And so he goes, my mom came in to tuck me in, and I asked her, I said, Mom, what are these marks on your arms? He said, I must have been 4 or 5 years old. He's a little younger than me. And he said, what are those marks on Dad's back and on his side? And he said, your dad was once a prisoner of a group called the Khmer Rouge. And he's like, Mom, what is the Khmer Rouge? And she said, son, they were a very evil communist organization from Cambodia, from where we came from. And your dad was beaten nearly to death, and he's lucky to be alive. And he has a bullet hole in his leg. They shot him in the leg, and it went right through his leg, and by the grace of God, he lived. And they endured horrible, horrible torture from these communists, the Khmer Rouge. I have a special, hate in my heart for these kind of people. I don't want to hate. I don't like to hate. But I mean, I'm not into communism. I'm just never going to be. I'm not okay with it. It always ends up bad. They always say, oh, it's never been done correctly. Well, it's been tried a lot, okay, and it's never worked out.
You mean you attempted the impossible and failed? Well, color me shocked.
You just gotta keep trying it over and over again. That's what.
I'm sorry I'm chewing on a candy, but my throat, folks, I've been talking so much the last 2 weeks that I'm losing feeling in my voice here. So what ended up happening? The Khmer Rouge murdered, I don't know the exact numbers. I don't think I've looked it up. Anthony, look it up. I think it's something like 30 million, it's crazy. They killed, I think, a third of the population of Cambodia. And they're still around to this day. They're still there. They're still out there doing what they do. Scotty says F communist. The F in communism stands for food, right?
Stands for freedom as well.
I said that to this. I said it to this dummy one time, and he was like, there is no F. And I was like, there's no food in communism either. So,
just from a quick search, a murder of approximately 1.5 to 3 million Cambodians. It's crazy.
So where did I get that really inflated number from?
Well, I mean,
Probably
like
carried the one.
this is just from a quick, search.
Okay, because I remember reading. Well, you know what? That's not correct.
I'm sure there's more to it.
No, that's not correct. I think it was from communism that spread from Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia all together, and it was like some ridiculous number, like 30 million people in Southeast Asia had been killed either through direct murder or starvation. I think that's probably what it was. I've read so much that makes your stomach turn. But they've killed, I think collectively, they've killed like 75 million people or something. It's unbelievable. Every day we hear about, whatever. I mean, what the Taliban has done or what the Nazis did and whatever. There's all these different people that they say did all this stuff, but in reality, the communists have killed more people than you could even imagine. And so there's a horrible thing there. So he said, he goes, I felt terrible. He's like, he told me this. He said, when I was a kid, and I looked at those scars on my dad, and I thought, I feel bad. I feel bad that I thought that. So he goes, so when I got a little older, he's like, I started doing research. He goes, and I came across some really interesting things, and I speak Cambodian. This is what he told me. He's like, fluently. And he said, my parents brought me some books that they had a friend of theirs had managed to smuggle out of the country before the Khmer Rouge had taken over. And they were books about the history of Cambodia. Now, you folks don't understand. You have no clue how much damage the Khmer Rouge did to that country. How much history they wiped out. How much destruction they caused. They went to ancient ruins, temples that had been around for thousands of years. Some people claim thousands of years. And they destroyed them. They mortared them, leveled them.
It's the first thing communists always do.
They always wipe out the history. Because if you don't know history, you're going to be repeating it. You're doomed.
Mm-hmm. And they killed
So
them.
what they do is they go in, they take over, and the Khmer Rouge was quite insidious. They used child soldiers. They were some of the original child soldiers. Now we know that there are all kinds of different civilizations and cultures that have used these child soldiers. The Fulani come to mind. The movie Tears of the Sun, it's about the Fulani. Bruce Willis. And I know this very well. So, yes, the killing fields, exactly, Werewolf. So he's like, one of the books I got was said the past and times, and translates to English, of Cambodia. And he said that there were pictures in these books of these pyramid-looking things, these ziggurats. Because when he told me what they were, I said, go look them up. Our first conversation that we hadn't talked in years. And I said, go look it up. You'll see these pyramids. They're called ziggurats. They're all over Central and South America. And so he did, and he goes, wow, it's shocking that they're like smaller versions of the Aztec pyramids. Another place they're found is in the jungles of India. Not kidding. Unless you talk to people from those countries, you're not going to know these things. Because just like the shills I was telling you about earlier, the people in charge have a vested interest in keeping you ignorant. They don't want you knowing things. They don't want you learning things. They don't want you being taught things, because smart people are aware people. And aware people, well, they're not going to let you shovel the crap. And they're not just going to eat it. They're going to be like, this is crap. I know what it is. Oh, where did that bright light come from?
Heck, what is that?
That was weird. What was it? There's no source for it. Exactly. Chicago, big D-Wag, claim your destiny. It says, aware people change society. Absolutely. So what ended up happening, Brother Heck says, I heard of a theory those periods were made by remnants of survivors of Atlantis. Yeah, there's a lot of people. They thought the indigenous populations, throughout the indigenous population, yeah. Very possible. Somebody said his chat on slow mode.
Yeah, it's a 5-second delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it moves too quickly.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening? Troy said, look, he said, me and my brother and my sister. He goes, I was the oldest. We were looking through these books and we were like, wow, Cambodia was a beautiful place. And they told their mom and dad, they're like, we want to go there. And eventually they did. The Khmer Rouge was eventually driven into the jungle. Fortunately, the places that they wanted to go visit from those books is where the Khmer Rouge was. So they couldn't go to the places that they had seen in these books and these beautiful temples. And it's sad. And he told me, you know, Wolf, he calls me Wolf, we've been friends for years. And he said, Wolf, you remember when we were younger? I said, yes, I do. That was a long, long ago.
There's
Yes,
many
I
an age.
I said, yes, I do. He goes, remember we worked together at this one place? I said, yeah, I remember that. We had hours of talking and stuff, and he had some weird paranormal experiences, some interesting things, mostly ghost-related things. But I'm going to tell you a story he told me, which is pretty scary, too. So one of the things he told me, he says, when I went to Cambodia, he goes, I went to sleep. Get this is weird. And he goes, the first night I was there, we were at a cousin's house. It was my dad's first cousin. Really nice guy. He had a family of 5. Him and his wife, and they had 3 children. And then him and his mom and dad, and then they had 3 children. And he's like, and I was 9. He's like, my brother was 6, going on 7. And my little sister was 5. And he said, the thing is, he's like, I fell asleep and I immediately woke up. He goes, and I was wandering through the jungle. And he goes, but I was a grown man. He goes, I know this because I looked at myself and I was like, wow, I'm an adult. And he kept walking and walking through the jungle, and he was walking down this path. And he said this big cat, it would have been a tiger, except it was completely yellow. Tigers are orange with black stripes, not yellow. He said, so this yellow cat jumps out in the middle of the path. It turns to me and it says, come, in Cambodian, obviously. Begins to walk. He goes, and I followed it, and this cat was just wagging its tail. He goes, and we walked for a long time. He goes, and then we get to this clearing. He goes, and then the tiger stands up and pushes its, like with its paws, and these trees, this vines, everything moves. And he goes, I walk out into this clearing, and I see these 2 tall, thin, pyramidal-looking shaped temples. And the vines and everything had been grown up around them. And he goes, and they just cleared. And the tiger told me, he says, use your mind. Focus. Enter the past. So he goes, I sat down with this cat, and the cat sat next to me, wagging its tail, looking straight ahead. And the cat closed its eyes. He goes, I'm looking at the cat, and I'm like, okay. No fear. He felt total peace. He says, and I closed my eyes. He says, and then I wake up. He goes, and it's beautiful. It's like a garden with nothing but beauty everywhere. These weird fruits that were hanging from the tree, and I grabbed one, and it was like a tomato, but you bite into it, and it's very sweet. It's like a plum with seeds like a tomato. He goes, and I was walking around, and everybody was doing these yoga, like practicing like Tai Chi and yoga and all this stuff, and everybody was like in harmony and happy, and everybody was just living like this fairy tale existence. And there were all these, what looked like monks, like Shaolin monks with their heads shaved. And they were practicing, but they had light skin. And he said, kind of like me, he goes, they were light-skinned like you, but they were ethnic, you know. And I said, okay. And he said, yeah, but they looked Asian. And he said, but they were all in harmony, and they were holding hands and swaying back and forth. The women were singing and things. He goes, and there was a guy up on the top of the temple in the middle who was playing a flute. He said, and there were elephants walking around. And it was like an entire city. There were people. He walked around the side of one of these ziggurats, and he goes to the back, and there's like a market there. He goes, then all of a sudden I hear thunder and lightning. And he goes, and it scared me, and I got down, and the sky just turned really dark. He goes, and then I look up, and I see this guy come out of the temple, and he's holding something in one hand. He goes, I don't know what it was. I couldn't tell. And in the other hand, he had a knife. He goes, and I turn around, and it's the backside of this temple. And there are all these people bowing down. And he goes, and I walk around on the back of these people, and on their backs were the marks, like my dad. Scars from the whippings, the beatings. And he goes, and this guy comes out and says, behold, the heart for the gods. He goes, and he says it in my native tongue, you know, it's my parents' tongue, he says. And he goes, what does this mean, the heart for the gods? And he says, this thing, this man, if you will, takes this knife, and he throws the heart over his shoulder, and it bounces down the steps, and he walks back up to the top of this temple. And they bring this woman who's struggling to get away, and they put her down on this bowl-shaped looking thing. And he plunges the knife into her, and he takes out her still beating heart. And he comes down the steps, and he does it again, and he says, behold the heart for the gods. He goes, and I look up, and I see this man sitting there, and he looks weird. He's like, his head was elongated, and it looked like it curved backwards. He looked weird. And he made a joke. He's like, you remember Earthworm Jim?
Oh, yeah.
Vaguely. And I do remember Alec, my godson, Alec, when he was a kid, he liked Earthworm Jim. And I remember kind of, but I don't really remember everything about it, what he looked like. But he said his head looked like that, but not like a worm, but like a tubular looking thing. And he said, I thought, that's not a human being. What is that? And he says, the tiger comes around next to me, and he's just, you know how cats, they rub up against you, said, and it like rubbed up against my leg. And he's like, Wolf, I look down, and it's like, it's real. Like, this is really happening. I'm watching. This really happened. And the tiger says, behold the past. And then he looked down, and he said, what is this? And the tiger just kind of looked at him and very poignantly looked down at the ground. And he's like, it's what will be and what was. And he said, dude, when he said that, there were chills. And when he told me that, I got chills. I said, Troy, you're really freaking me out, man. And I'm not joking. I had him on speakerphone. Rita, thank you for that donation.
Thank you
You're
very
a
much.
wonderful person. But he said, you know, he told me this, and I had 3 of my animals in there with me. And get this, folks, my pig, my cat, and my dog, and they all 3 ran out of the study when he said that. And you want to know what's even weirder? This wasn't the wind. The door closed. Not completely. It didn't slam. I'm not getting too, you know, dramatic, but it did close. Okay.
But they always want to be in there with you when you're in there.
Always want to be up. They're always wanting to be around me. They bang on the door trying to get in.
Yeah.
They love me. I'm their superhero, I guess, whatever. And so is Anthony. They don't like Tony so much, but
They love me.
Banjo does. No, see, here's the thing. We're sitting there, and I'm like, I told Troy, I said, hold on, dude. I said, I got to stop for, Mercata, it was scary. I'm not going to lie. I said, let me take a quick break. Let me go get something to drink, and I did. And my animals were nowhere to be found. They were like, phew. They all ran up the stairs. And so I went and I grabbed something to drink, and I went back in there, and my hands were sweating, and I felt like this pressure in my head, like something didn't want me to hear this. So I sat down and I said, okay, Troy, let's keep going. He's like, are you good? I said, I'm good. He goes, something weird just happened. The window just dropped. This was a few, I'd say 3 weeks ago, maybe 4, when we talked about the second time, whatever. And he said it was a nice day, and he goes, I was enjoying the breeze, and then the window just slammed. I said, yeah, my door just closed. I said, Troy, go ahead and finish. He goes, okay, old friend, let me finish. Let me tell you. And he says, I'm watching this weird person with blue markings all over their body do this over and over again. He's like, and I see this weird, what can only be described as a entity of some kind, come out of the top and he flies out from this little, rectangular hole, kind of like a doorway with no door. And he goes, and I'm looking, I see it fly overhead, and it looks down at me as it's flying overhead, and it circles back, and then it begins to circle me and the tiger. And I see that it's this bluish green dragon-like entity. And I see, but it's got humanoid features, and it opens its mouth, and it screeches really loud, like, and he's like, this is a dream state, right? But he goes, it was so real, Wolf. And he's like, and I'm looking up at it, and I'm cowering in fear. And the tiger says, don't bow down to this thing. That's what it wants. Don't kneel before this thing. He said, stand your ground. And he goes, and if I do, he goes, it's going to take you. He goes, take me where? And the tiger just, as soon as he looks up, this thing comes and bam, it grabs him, and he feels talons, claws on him. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm being lifted up off the ground. And he said that the tiger got smaller and smaller and smaller. But he could still hear it talking to him. And he tells him, he says, don't be afraid. And he says, who do you trust? And now his family converted to Christianity years ago. And he says, I trust God. He's like, I was stuttering. I was trying to say the words. He goes, say it again. He goes, I trust God. And the tiger says, yes, say it again. And he says, I trust God. And he says, who died for you? And he says, Jesus Christ died for me. He says, say it again. Jesus Christ died for me. And he goes, and I said it 3 times. Jesus Christ died for me. He goes, and then I wake up. And I'm saying this, and I'm in a room with my cousins, and I'm a kid, and he goes, and and everybody's like, whoa. What the heck happened to you? And he's like, I don't know. I was asleep, and then everybody's awake at this point. His uncle comes running in the room, turns on the light, and he's like, is everything okay? And he's like, I'm sorry, Uncle. I had a bad dream. I'm gonna go back to sleep. And he's like, okay. So he says, he goes, I was like almost a teenager at this point, and he goes, and the war had been over for a long time, but there was still a lot of the Khmer Rouge was around in certain parts of Cambodia, like where we were at, we're free. And this is something that the West is kind of like, oh, well, nobody cared to go and help these people. Because why? If we really wanted to stop communism, we could have, but we didn't. Because the people that were in charge and are still in charge don't care about communism. In fact, it's one of their tools. It's just as handy as the shill and everything else that they use. So what happens? He says, the next day I couldn't stop thinking about this. And we went for a walk. And there were these berry patches and stuff. And he said, we went picking berries and talking and having a good time. And he goes, and we went down these trails. And there was this one trail. And he goes, and I look and I heard noise. And I see like this really pretty bright colored bird. And it's one of these birds that's native there. And he says, I want to go down that trail. And his uncle and his dad's first cousin were there. And they were like, no. You don't want to go there. That goes to the Forbidden City. And remnants of the Khmer Rouge have been known to come through their own patrol. We avoid that place. It's about 3 miles up. So naturally, as a child, being inquisitive, precocious kid like I was, he says, okay. And he's like, everything's cool. Then he talks to his cousin, and his cousin is like, yeah, let's go check it out. So that night, everybody goes to sleep. Him and his cousin decide that they're going to sneak out the window. And then one of the little girls wakes up. His cousin's little sister, his female cousin, whatever. And she's like, I want to go too. And he's like, damn.
Now we have to bring
He
her.
goes, now I have to bring her because she's going to tattle on us. And so she was only 7 years old, or whatever. So he says almost the same age as my sister, but when their age apart, I guess, were almost the same as his and his siblings, but just a little bit off. So he says his cousin's like, okay, fine. So she jumps on his back, and he has to take her. And now when they go and they start walking through this trail, he's like, we were barefoot. He's like, I couldn't go out and get my shoes that were by the door because I would have woke everybody up. It's a little bitty room. So we decided to go out and start walking through this trail. He goes, and we walked for a long time. He's like, 3 miles is a long ways in the dark, or by kilometers, like 7 kilometers, whatever it was, kilometers. But it came out to 3 point something miles. I did the math. So he's walking. And he's like, we get to this edge of this clearing, and you could see it was almost like somebody had been taking care of it. The yard, it was like a big yard in front of it, and he goes, there it is. These temples, these places. But it wasn't pretty and nice like it was in my dream. He's like, in my dream it was beautiful and whatever, and it was ornate. He's like, here it was just gross and ugly. It had been shelled at one point, and half of the temples on one side was knocked down. And there had been a battle that had been fought there between the people who were resisting the Khmer Rouge and, of course, the horrible regime that eventually took over. And he says, and so we began to walk around the Forbidden City. And we went inside to one of these temples. And we were in there messing around, looking, you could see that people had hunkered down there at one point not too long ago. He goes, we even found like a clip, like a magazine from one of these AK-47s on the ground. He goes, so we began walking the grounds. And he says, immediately I see this shadowed figure like go across the hall. Like there was this long hallway, and he was like, whoa. Like total shadow looking thing with a hood and everything, but very tall. He's like, and then I said, you know what? I got a really bad feeling. We need to get out of here. He goes, and I go out, and we go out into the front steps, and this is the first level, the top level. And he goes, and we're just going down. We're walking down the stairs, and we hear this shriek. He goes, and this was no dream. He's like, and we look up, and we see this winged being fly from the top of this temple, from the top of this ziggurat temple. And he's like, and it is the same demon, he calls it a demon, that I saw in my dream. Only this time, I don't have a tiger telling me what to do. Mm-hmm. I'm with my little cousin and my other cousin, who's very scrawny and skinny and pretty weak. He's like...
Well, so you can throw him to the thing and run away.
Oh, Troy's not that kind of guy. But, so Troy says, he goes, I'm going to have to be the one to protect them. And Troy's actually, he worked out all the time. He was like well, I don't know if he still is, but I mean, he used to work out like all the time, like he was a weightlifter and stuff. So, but he's built kind of like you, Anthony, but more muscular, So he was looking at this creature up in the sky. And he told his cousins, he says, don't look at it. Let's just make a run for the trees. And at that point, he says, I lied. I told him, it won't hurt us if we can make it to the tree line. And did that so my little cousins would run really fast and we could try to get some, cover. So we take off running. And it's not really far to the trees. And we make it. He goes, and then we hear this screeching, something flying over the tops of the trees. And we could look up and we could see it. And we could hear it. And it kept screeching and making noise. And then we hear it come down through the trees. That's not, he didn't go, I did that. But he hears the noise of the creature come down, and it lands behind him. And he says, and I stop and I look back and I told my cousins, run, run, run. He goes, and I don't know what I thought I was going to do, but I picked up a stick and threw it at him. And he goes, and I just kept running. He goes, and then I trip on a tree root because I was going to try to turn to hide behind a tree because I could see it stopping and walking back and forth, kind of swaying back and forth. Black, grayish black, ashy black looking creature with red eyes. He goes, and it had this weird looking face. He goes, and I could hear it and the noise it made. And I'll try to do the noise because he was trying to do the noise, but something kind of like a snort, like it was breathing in, looking, sniffing for him, walking, moving around. He goes, and I could hear it. The leaves crackling, everything. It was like, and I saw my cousins, they were getting smaller and smaller, and it wasn't worried about them. It was looking for me. He goes, and then I fell down. When I tried to go around a tree, I fell over a vine or a tree. He goes, I don't know what it was, a root. I said, it's probably a tree root. But he fell down. So this thing goes around the corner of one of these trees that's next to him. And he remembers, he goes, I was going to get down on all fours and kind of kneel down. And he goes, and I remember the words of the tiger. And the tiger had said, do not kneel to this thing. And so he said, I'm not going to do that. And he goes, you're not going to believe this next part. He goes, but Wolf, I started praying. And I said, I totally believe that. Why wouldn't you do that? He goes, that's not what I meant. I'm like, that's what I would have done. What are you talking about? It's a big deal. But he was like, he starts praying. And so then he goes in a rush of emotion. He goes, I'm scared. I mean, like snot bubbles, and I'm like Blair Witching, right? He's making a joke. He goes, but I am about to die. And he goes, and something came over me. And he said, at that moment, he goes, I stepped out from behind that tree and I quit hiding. And I just said, I'm right here. He goes, and this thing moved really quickly, ran right toward me. He goes, and when it got right up on me, it stopped and began to sniff him and smell him. And he goes, and one thing I can say about myself, he goes, and I know this guy used to kickbox. He was a fighter. He was a tough guy, tough kid. And he goes, you know me. I'd seen him fight. And he goes, I'm a fighter. And even as a kid, I was a fighter. I was not going to let this thing, and he goes, and I was scared. And I was like, go ahead, eat me, kill me, go ahead. And then he goes, this thing backed up, opened its mouth so wide, like it was going to just bite my head off, dude. And I said, that's probably what it was going to do. If it was a Draco, that's probably what it was going to do. And so he said, he goes, at that point, he goes, I closed my eyes, and he goes, God, I commend my spirit. He was getting ready to say it. He goes, but I was always strong in my faith. He goes, and I enjoyed church, where other kids were like, I don't want to go to church. I want to fall asleep, whatever. He was like, I wasn't that guy. I always wanted to be close to God. I wanted this connection to the universal creator. I wanted to know. And I said, like me, same thing. And he says, at that point, he goes, I began to pray. I was praying in my heart, but then I spoke the words. And he goes, and I heard the words of the tiger, and it said, who is your creator? Who do you love? Who's with you? And he said, God is with me. And he said it again and again. And he said, Jesus Christ is my Lord. Jesus Christ is my Lord. He said it over and over again, reaffirming that, saying different things. Then he began to say the Lord's Prayer. He knew it by heart. He's like, then the shepherd psalm. He goes, I had all these, and there were these Cambodian, prayers that I knew. He's like, and I just started saying them all back to back to back to back, and I kept my eyes closed the whole time. He goes, I went from peeing myself, which he did, to feeling emboldened, like I could just take this thing by the neck and kill it, He's like, and then I opened my eyes. And I'm like on the edge of my seat. I'm like, what happened? And he's like, nothing. It was gone. And I'm like, he said it was like 10 foot tall, 10 foot tall, gargoyle, demonic thing was gone. And he said it was gone. It wasn't there. So I had to ask this question because I have to retell the encounter and I got to give you every tidbit of information I can. And so I asked Troy, I said, give me an answer here. And I want to know. I said, are you sure that you saw this? It was not, he goes, Wolf, it was not a figment of my imagination. I was like, okay, that's not what I was going to say. Before he interrupted me, I said, I was going to say, could you have imagined it?
Okay, now you can answer.
Now you can answer, Troy.
Technically not what I was going to say.
It's like, if you don't master your fear, your fear becomes your master? Not necessarily. You just stay scared. But
Have you ever seen crocodiles, though? Crocodiles are scary.
they some scary. If they come by my house, I'll kill it. But the thing is, he's listening. I'm listening to him, and I said, okay, all right, so you didn't imagine it, and your cousins can attest to this, right? And I'm like, what are their names? I'm kidding. I didn't do all that, but I should have. No, I'm kidding. But what I said, though, I said, dude, so your cousin saw it too. And I said, what else happened? Like, what happened after that? I mean, what was this thing? I mean, he goes, I don't know. He's like, but I get back to the house. He goes, and my dad, who was not a real disciplinarian, gave me the spanking of a lifetime. I was like, God, I didn't care. He goes, I didn't care. I ran and I hugged my dad. My dad grabbed me and was like, you stupid, and then just began spanking him with a switch. Like kids that don't know nowadays, you get hit by that, you go call the police on your parents, and not us. We just took it. It's a switch. It's a stick that you get. Anyway, so you get beat. And so he gets his butt whooped, and he deserved it. He shouldn't have been sneaking out and doing what he was doing.
None like surviving a dangerous encounter by getting your butt whooped.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would be grateful to get my butt whooped at that point, just because like I'm alive to do it, to endure it,
Absolutely.
That's what he felt. So
Yeah. So, anyways, he said, I asked him, I said, anything else happened? He said, I had one more dream. And he goes, and it was the last night we were there. We were there for 10 days. He's like, and I'd grown fond of the jungle, and I liked being there. I felt at home. He goes, and the last night I was there, I hear a scratching at the window, and I wake up, and I look over. And he's like, and I see this yellow orb, like a ball. Well, he didn't call it an orb, but he said a ball of light. And I said, oh, like an orb. He goes, yeah, like an orb. And he gets out of bed, and he goes over to the window, and he's like, I instinctively knew it was the tiger. And the tiger says, come with me. And he's like, hell no, I got my butt whooped for you last time, man. Get out of here. And he rolled over and went to sleep. And the tiger's like, okay, and took off. That's not what happened. No. So what ends up happening? The tiger says, come with me. So he goes, I walk out of my bed, get into this orb. Like I got into it. I was like, physically got into it? And he goes, no, I looked back and my body was still there, laying on the bed. I was a spirit. And then I realized that's what the first dream was. And I said, well, I could have told you that, dum-dum. But anyway, he gets into this orb and he goes, we're just kind of bouncing. He's like, and we go over the treetops. And he goes, and then we go down, and we're back there at what they call the Forbidden City. And here's what happened. He's like, we go through the temple, and I'm bouncing around, and I'm looking, and I see green orbs and red orbs and other yellow, orange orbs and all kinds of stuff floating around and moving around. And I see people walking around. They look like zombies, and they have no eyes. And it was scary, and I would have been scared if it wasn't for the tiger there with me. And then the tiger goes up through the walls of the temple, the ceiling. It says, let me show you something. And get this part is freaky. Like, this isn't freaky already, but I remember this could be misinterpreted as a dream state. But I don't think that doesn't explain the whole thing. They get to the top of the temple, and there, on a slab, with these weird geometric shapes, is this sleeping dragon-like creature. And it's splayed out like it's asleep. And then the tiger says, hey, wake up. And he says, and this thing turns and looks, and it lunges at the tiger. And the tiger we just fly up kind of away from this thing. And when this thing starts to come up and lift itself up, he's like, it's chained. And these chains, they spark like a blue flame, like, psh. And then it looks down, and it's like back down onto the slab, and it starts twisting and turning and pulling. And the humanoidal shape of it changes into a full-on dragon. Just like a dragon, like you would see in the way he described it, like, Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, whatever, And he's like, Game of Thrones, dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, dude, I'm looking at this, and the tiger's laughing, and he says, this is the fate. When you mess with someone that belongs to God, this is what happens. He says, but unfortunately, it's never permanent. And so he goes, I asked the question, I said, why? Why is it? He goes, this thing will be here, trapped, never to terrorize another person, and it's taken a lot of lives. And he said, this thing has been playing as a god for a long time. And the tiger said, I needed someone to help me imprison this thing. He's like, all I can do is warn others about the dangers of the dragon. That's my job. It can't hurt me, but I can't hurt it until that great and terrible day. And he says, what is the great and terrible day? He says, the dragon will be judged. And he said, Troy told me, he asked the tiger, he says, what is that? He says, it's Judgment Day. And none of us know when it's going to happen, but we know that it will. And all these dragons will be judged. Because you see, there's not just one dragon, there's millions of them. And each one thinks that they're God, but they're not. They just pretend. And the dragon was struggling and fighting and snapping and trying to fly toward them and blowing fire, and it wasn't working. Nothing was working. And the tiger just floated around above him, laughing. And the tiger said something interesting to him, too, in this dream. He says, at one time, he's like, I was no better than the dragon. I devoured people, ruined people. But I repented. I learned my lesson. And years ago, he's like, I was set up to guard this area, to guard this forest and warn everyone of the dragon. He's like, in years and years, I watched the dragon get stronger and stronger, and I didn't care. I guess you could say he was ambivalent towards it. The dragon didn't mess with me. It just preyed upon people like I did, but it was systematic. Because I just caught those that were alone, walking the path, jumping on them, devouring them, watching their souls wander the earth in shock. He's like, but the dragon fed upon the blood of the souls. It just kept getting stronger and stronger. And he goes, and I knew one day I was going to have to face this dragon because it had taunted me and threatened me. Can't share the same jungle with me. Tigers and dragons don't get along. And he goes, and I knew I had to do something. But then one day, a child came to me that was being chased by the Khmer Rouge. And that day, my ambivalence, my apathy ended. They saw me and they began to fire at me with their man-made guns, toys. He's like, and I lunged on them and I killed them. And as I crunched into their faces, the child sat there crying, scared. And he's like, I looked up from what I was doing and I thought, I guess I'll kill him next. And then I died. And the boy, Troy, my friend, says, what do you mean you died? He goes, oh, did you think I was always a ball of light? He's like, no, I felt a pain rip through my body. And then another one. And I heard the sound of the human weapons firing into my body. And I looked up and I saw the dragon swooping down. And I was no more. I wasn't in a physical body anymore. I was a ball of light and I was bouncing around and here comes the dragon. And he's like, you're mine. Now, you'll help build my glory. And this is what Troy told me. The dragon came to swoop down to take his soul. And at that point, he heard a booming voice and it said, no. You will not touch the servant and the future servant of the Lord, the Most High. He said, and an angel came down. He goes, you could describe it much as St. Michael. This is what Troy told me. He said an angel, the way he described it, was like Michael, the archangel. It came down from heaven with a sword, and it hit that dragon so hard that the dragon tumbled end over end. And then the men that were standing there with their machine guns shooting at me and about to kill this child, they looked up and they beheld this visage of, not his words, but mine, of this angel of the Lord. This is a very powerful story, folks. And I'm on the edge of my seat and I'm listening to him, you know. And of course, he doesn't talk as eloquently as me. I'm joking, Troy. You're totally good. You did a good job. But anyway, Troy, he says, dude, I see this angel, Wolf. And it's a vision. And I'm watching it happen. I'm seeing the angel come down and do what it did. He's like, and it was wonderful, but terrifying. He goes, the angel was so scary. He goes, and as we're talking, I'm looking down, and he's like, this dragon was just laying there like, oh man, I got to hear this. You know, it knows. It knows. It's chained. But the tiger says, you know, eventually he's going to be loosed. And there's going to be a whole bunch of them running around doing what they do. And then he says, I'm watching this. And the tiger continues his story. He goes, and I come up out of my body and I watch these men from the Khmer Rouge run. But they can't escape God's justice. And the next thing you know, they're turning and they just shoot each other and they're dead. And I see their black souls come up and go into the earth, being drugged down by what looks like roots. And I'm in shock, and I'm thinking, I was an animal. Now I'm a servant of the Lord. And he goes, and when I became what I am now, he's like, I gained a wisdom and a knowledge that goes even beyond human. And I remembered everything as being an animal and how weak my mind was and how everything was driven by instinct. Hunger, thirst, got to breed. One person was just like another. I was a man-eater. I was a killer. And this angel points this, what I know to be now, a sword. At the time, I didn't know what it was. I was just looking at this weapon. I knew it could hurt me. And it says, do you repent for the Lord God? Do you accept Christ? And he said, I didn't even know what those words meant. Nobody had ever told me this. And I just said instinctively, my instincts took over, and I said, yes. Do you submit to the will of God? Yes, yes, whatever. And here we are. He said, and honestly, you're the first person I've seen in months. But that old serpent that flies around up in the sky, going down to snatch people up and do what it's doing, it's taunted me for decades. And I taunt him back. We can't hurt each other. I see his misdeeds and I try to stop it. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I don't. And he's like, honestly, I watched everything that happened in the forest that day when you got the courage. And he goes, I was ready to pounce and try to defend you. But I knew I had to let you make the move. And if you wouldn't have asked for help, then I couldn't have helped you. He says, you see, God works that way. You have to ask him for help. He's there for you always, but you have to always have it in your heart and know that he's with you. Don't let these moments of doubt and shame, this is me talking, right? That was the moral to the story. So when he tells me this, and I'm listening very intently, he says, there is something that you got to know, child. He says, you yourself are a tiger. Everyone is. Everyone has that ability. It's up to each and every one of us to accept it. God's not going to force it on you. Didn't force it on me. And I don't know what I would have done if I would have said no. He's like, but who's going to say no to somebody like that? And so Troy, being an inquisitive child, he says, so Tiger, what is your fate? Like, what's going to happen to you? And he says, I'm just going to be here watching the Forbidden City until that terrible day. And he goes, it won't be for me. I'll be judged like everyone, but I've been doing my job. He's like, but for you and all of mankind, you'll be judged. And so he began to float back, went back to the little hovel where his family was, and it set him down on the ground, and it said goodbye. And he says, will I ever see you again? He goes, maybe. On that great and terrible day, I'll be looking for you. The tiger took off back to the stronghold. The last thing he had asked the tiger before he set him down, he says, how did the dragon get chained? And he said, you did that. He said, God heard your cry. And he's like, all the people that the dragon had killed and had these entities and these humans killing for it, not one of them ever cried out to God and said, God, give me the ability to stop this thing. In the name of Christ, stop this thing. Not one of them. He said, you were the only one. He said, I watched it kill many, many people. He goes, and some of them, well, I didn't feel much pity for them. They belonged to the Khmer Rouge. He says, and sometimes it was even a look of shock on their face. I couldn't help but laugh because I know it's wrong. Because even now, I'm not perfect. He's like, but I remember a story when He told me, Troy said, I remember a story that he told me. And he said, there were these two guys that came from the Khmer Rouge. And they were walking toward the temple. He goes, and they see me, and they begin to shoot at me. And I just turn into a ball of light and bounce around. And they're shooting, and they're like changing magazines. And then behind them swoops the dragon, and they turn around, and boom, both of them are gone. While they were busy attacking me and shooting at me, the real evil was right behind them, and it grabbed them. Evil men, this is my words, evil men that belong to a communist regime where sadly they don't believe in God. And they darn sure don't believe in dragons and hawking tigers that turn into balls of light.
No, I mean, one of the horrible things about communism is that they go after animals. They don't believe in animal rights, so they.
What Mao Zedong did, he
Yeah,
killed
they're
all the
very
birds.
utilitarian. Like if an animal's existence doesn't benefit the state, then they should
be cold.
They should just be killed off. I think.
Yeah, cold
You
basically.
know, like they don't have a right to exist, basically, unless they serve man in some way.
Yeah. Which they don't serve any purpose, but whatever. So Troy tells me this story, and I've known this guy for a long, long time. And in fact, I met him working security at a Taco Cabana. So that sounds very anticlimactic, but it's what it is. Morgan Draconian? Yeah, possibly. I think that's what it was. I think it was a really large Draco that just kind of, this is my thoughts, that it probably just set up shop there and was like, worship me. Huge, horrible being, demon. And the little alien-looking dude was probably over there like, I'm your leader. Worship this beast. Because it probably got power from it, and it's probably some sort of hybrid of these demonic bloodline of the Nephilim. Lisa said, that was an incredible story. Has me in tears. Well, it was a very powerful story, and at one point it had me kind of freaked out. But this isn't the first time we've gotten stories that have freaked us out.
Yeah.
Every now and then you'll get one that just really grabs you. But if you have any questions, put them in capital letters. And if there's anything I can remember else about the story, because he told me several other things. There was a creepy story he told me too, that when he lived in a house years later, and I want to get all of his stuff out there. Hopefully we have time for everything else. So what ends up happening? The day he's leaving, he's like, I'll never forget. We were driving to the airport. And he goes, and I see, driving by this bus stop where all these people were waiting. And he says, and I see this yellow tiger stick its head around. And I'm like, I'm looking and I see it. He goes, and I'm in shock. And it's like, I told my mom and dad, I was like, that's the tiger from my dreams. And they were like, that's nice. You know, you had a dream about a tiger. That's cool. Winnie the Pooh, right? Was his name Tigger? Yeah. They didn't say that, but you know what I'm saying. Andrew Brown has a very important question, and so does Jake S. He said, do you think all animals go to heaven, Wolf? No. I think some are born evil. Today on the show, this Tex, what's her name? Danielle Borazon, is that her name?
Yeah, she goes by Daniel Diva.
Danielle Diva was on today, and she'd have a lot of people in the chat, but you guys go check it out. And she was talking about people that are murderers and being born, they're just born evil. They're born bad, and nothing you can do. And I agreed with that. But I only got to hear the second half of the show because we were busy. You know, we were trying to get dinner and get everything in place, you know, for you guys. Jake S., so that I hope that answers your question. I don't think they all do. I used to breed pit bulls. I mean, not pit bulls, mastiffs. They're like pit bulls, but a lot more well-behaved. And so me and my friend Roger, we bred pit bulls. Roger sadly passed away in 2011 by taking his own life because he had PTSD. My opinion, but you know, undiagnosed. But so English mastiffs, bull mastiffs, whatever. And so I had one. I liked him a lot, and so I decided to try to breed some, and we ended up having a litter. And one of them, we named him Napoleon because he was shorter than the others, but he was real barrel rounded. Like, he was just mean, dude. And there was nothing you could do. He would attack and try to bite the other puppies, and he even bit his own mother. And when he got older, he tried to kill his dad.
Man.
And so we had to get rid of him. We didn't put him down. We gave him to somebody that wanted to use him on a farm, and just kept him out there as a dog that kept coyotes away. And I said, put a spike collar on him and he'll be fine. But don't think you're going to be friends with him, because he's not a friendly guy. All the rest in that litter were normal, nice, well-behaved, well-adjusted animals. But I can tell you that's not the case with all of them, and I'm sorry to say that.
No, there's some rowdy ones out there. They're just born rowdy.
Joanne asked a question, do you know how long the Khmer Rouge reigned for? It wasn't that long, but they did an incredible amount of damage in a short amount of time. Y'all can look it up for me.
Yeah.
Andrew Brown
Says-
question, no, go ahead.
The Khmer Rouge. The CPK, Communist Party of Kampuchea, whatever.
It was like 30 years, wasn't it?
It says they ruled Cambodia between 75 and 79.
Yeah, but I mean, like...
Okay, so from 51 to basically like 99,
Yeah,
it was like on and off.
it was on and off, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think it came out to about 30 years altogether.
Yeah.
But and then they had officially taken over in the 70s, but they're still around. They're not gone. I mean, they still are there. They live in the wilderness, but it's like FARC.
It's
down in
dense
Colombia.
jungle, so
Like, Colombia's been fighting a war again, and believe it or not, Mexico. They don't talk about this, but down in southern Mexico, the Brown Party, they're still down there, and they're causing lots of problems. And they're fighting. They have been fighting a war down in southern Mexico against the communist insurrection. The communist war in Guatemala went on for 30 years. I mean, they just keep making more of these
Yeah, I think down in
Little
Chiapas,
rats.
brown bots.
the communists are still operating there.
Yeah, and they hold sway in certain places.
Vietnam, for instance.
Yeah, in Vietnam, it's still there's communists are still in charge.
I mean, they disguise it. It's
Yeah, to the outsiders,
yeah. China will say it's a
but they're not free.
capitalist communist or something, but
Andrew Brown says, was this a real tiger that turned into a spirit? Yes, I do believe so. I can't say for sure that what Troy, the way that he described it, was that this tiger was an actual tiger. But the tiger seemed to be like just doing what tigers do. But I think it relished in being bad. Let's put it that way. But it was turned
I think
over a new leaf.
it would be given the term manhunter or man-eater at that point.
Like the lions of Savo. Yeah, that's a crazy story. Killed over 100 people. Unbelievable.
Or Gustav the crocodile.
Gustav. Oh my gosh. There's another one.
That thing was a monster.
Gustav's still alive, isn't he?
Well, I mean, no
still
one's seen his body, which that's the thing.
But he's supposedly like 40 foot long, dude,
Yeah.
because crocs never stop growing.
As long as they got food.
Watch the show I did last night about reptiles or reptilians and the mantids. Glades Creature says, hi, Josh. What do you think of original sin, that we are born into a curse, or curses, and on the flip side, blessings that are assured and promised? You know, I believe this, and I've said this before, that I don't believe that we were, and I don't want to get into it, man, because people are going to get upset. And one of these guys that's been after us and just hounding us, he keeps using the fact that I don't believe in the Genesis the way he does. So he's using every underhanded thing he can to make, and he uses that as his, because I don't believe like him or whatever, and which is just crazy. So you go around and do every underhanded evil thing you can think of because I don't believe in God the way you do.
No.
I look at it like this, folks, and I'm going to be real honest with you. I revere God in such a way that I don't believe he was manlike at all, because our true state, and you hear it all the time, I mean, is we're not humans. This is a shell. We're living in a body. And that when you die, you become a ball of light. And I'm not joking. You'll see. One day when your day comes, you'll be like, oh, he was right. Probably won't matter at that point. But, I mean, I think that people really, really, really disrespect God. And what I mean by that is, when people want to be like, oh, well, God, they want to relate to God. So they like that the God of the Old Testament was angry and aggressive and violent and wanted, he was jealous. And these fundamentalists, and maybe you're one of them, and I'm not trying to insult you. I have the right to believe how you believe how you believe. But they're like, that's my God of the Old Testament, totally discounting the fact that the Bible, the Old Testament, was based on their time in captivity in Persia. And so they took a mishmash of, Zoroastrian and Sumerian history. And they turned it into a book, which wasn't one book. There were hundreds of books. And, it's just, I don't know, man. And then it was taken apart by the Council of Nicaea in 325. I mean, it's just the truth. And then they took it all apart and they took out things that would be detrimental to their rule. So how you guys sit up here and tell me that the book you have is correct when obviously it was written and rewritten and it was written by people who had a vested interest in keeping you stupid and making you a slave. And so they left parts in there that were confusing and didn't add up. And they took other parts out and they said, oh, it's because we don't want people to be confused. No, it's quite the opposite. But I've done research and I've gone and I've read a lot of other things like the Gnostics. And the Gnostics were the first Christians. And I've said this a million times. So you don't think that the people that were the closest to Jesus, the first Christians, you think they were wrong? That they were just a bunch of tards?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, what scripture did the disciples and apostles have? Because it wasn't the KJV. It wasn't any modern day compilation of any Bible that we know today. So if they didn't have the version of scripture that either you on a personal level or this or that church says is correct, then are they not saved? I mean, like what happened? Where are their souls then? Because they didn't have the exact organization of scripture that so-and-so's church or so-and-so, this and that person says is the definitive word of God. And even the Old Testament, there's a part in the Old Testament that warns about, like, the ones against thinking that you know too much, or ones about thinking that you know God, that you understand things that you don't understand. It says, woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? The day of the Lord is darkness and not light. As if a man did flee from a lion, and a bear met him, or went into the house and leaned his hand on the wall, and a serpent bit him. It means that who are you to be so eager for the return of the Lord, for Judgment Day? Because
we're all going to be punished.
You're not going to get a pass, and all these sinners, non-believers, apostates, whatever, are just going to be burning in hell, and you're going to be up in the air, and you're not going to suffer. You're going to be judged. I'm going to be judged. That's why it says, woe unto you who desire the day of the Lord, because you don't know what you're talking about. You think you know what you're talking about, and you don't. You don't understand. You have to understand that you don't understand. I mean, it's right there in Scripture.
And the sad thing is, one of these individuals, he's taken away some of our listeners so that they won't hear the truth. They won't, and that's really bad, dude. When you take people away, you go around on a campaign taking people away from hearing, anything but what their little cubicle, has enslaved them in. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, as a sinner, and we all are sinners, I fear the terrible day of judgment. I'm not one of those people that's all like, yeah, man. They're all like Jesus is going to return, and he's like a comic book hero. He's going to be angry. He's going to be very angry at you, at me, at all of us. And he's going to kill with his words, with his tongue. He's going to be, and that means that he's going to just say it and it's done. His tongue is going to be like a sword. I mean, and he's going to ask you some hard questions, and we're all going to have to answer, me included. I'm going to be right there with all the sinners because we're all sinners. And this idea that some people have, I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but if you think that you're going to be flying up in the air and get away with it and not have to deal with any of the punishment, that is a very modern belief that some people have put, the fundamentalist Christians have put into that. And I think I just saw somebody, I think it was Lee Tracker East, he said, I think she said something about the Bible says if any man adds or takes away, which tells you they will. Yeah. That's going to happen. And so these people, they have added stuff to it to make this rapture thing. There's one verse that they base that on. Just one. And, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to, I've been attacked so bad. And I still keep coming back to the truth because I'm trying to tell people, like, look, man, and I had somebody tell me, well, what right do you have to say all that? Because I've read, okay, and you obviously have not. And I got tired of being hounded about it, and I just messaged them back, and I said, go read a book, dude, a real one, okay? Not just one version. I'm not saying the Bible's not real, but I'm saying you're just reading one version of it, and you're listening to a bunch of people who really, they're the apostates because they're not letting you hear the truth. Why will the government take away your 401c? If you start telling the truth, if it's the truth, and it's not going to hurt them, the truth to the people in charge is like holy water to a vampire. And that is it. I'm telling you right now, man. It's just the truth. But yeah, I don't want to get into it because I'll just be attacked and smeared all over Facebook and all over the universe because, and I'm really sorry, folks, but God be praised. The Holy Spirit help me, and Jesus Christ watch over me because I am so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. Everybody wants to have their belief, and that's perfectly fine. But if I do it, then I get attacked and slandered and called every sick name in the book. In the name of God.
What's worse?
You think God wants that? Go ahead, Tony.
I was going to say what's worse about it is like they act like this came out of nowhere. I mean, our beliefs since the beginning of the show have been kind of set a certain type of way, and there might be some changes and things might adapt and evolve as things move on throughout the show, but we've always been clear that our beliefs are our beliefs and we've never forced them onto anybody. In fact, we encourage people to read and do their own research and figure things out on their own. We're big proponents of it, so for them to turn around and use them we're trying to force people to believe how we believe and that we're preaching up here and that we're talking like we're the gospel, and so no, that's not what we're doing. We're not trying to control anybody.
No. It's like I said about the Dogman, the first war that happened when I first joined this field. I mean, there was already a war. It was brewing, and it popped off, and I didn't have a dog in the fight originally. But one of the guys that's over there acting all pious and whatever, he was right in the middle of it. He was right there. And we've been friends since then. And somebody was attacking, it was a guy named Luke Penton who had a show, and this other guy, Chris, attacked him with everything he had, because Luke wasn't buying into their whatever. And this other dude, the dude from Germany, he decided that he was going to be on Luke's side, and I ended up on their side because I thought that it was the right thing to do at the time, because I thought that everybody should have a voice, and I thought that 90% of these people that are allowed to speak about this, they're all on that one side, and I thought if we don't push back Free speech in this subject will be destroyed, and there will be one way to look at it, and that's it. And if you didn't look at it that way, you would be stifled forever. And it was this close to that happening. And so I pulled out of a group. I made an announcement that I was done with it, and I said, I'm done. I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. And they came at me like a pack of hyenas, man. And I'm not joking, dude. It was bad. My wife was in the hospital, and I suffered through some of the worst nights of my life up to that point. I prayed, and I thought, am I doing the right thing? Am I saying the right thing? And y'all were there, Anthony and Tony, but and I'm not bagging on you guys, but y'all just y'all were involved with it too, and so was Armando, but not like I was. I was committed to it. I fought hard because not everybody has the stomach for it that I do. And I've been fighting my whole life, and I just was like, if we get snuffed out, that is it. There isn't going to be anybody else's opinion. Nobody's going to be allowed. All these shows were going to be about this one, and you were never going to get to the truth or anywhere closer to the truth or the answers, because we would always be looking in the wrong direction. And I think that they were trying to follow the Bigfoot formula, which has gotten us nowhere. You know, we're still walking around chasing our tails. And then this last thing, you know, these people are talking about, oh, well, you didn't do anything. It was actually this other guy. Really? Because I remember many nights standing up against these guys and fighting over and over again. You know, and there were a lot of people who were claiming that they were doing this and doing that. I didn't see you do anything. So stop acting like you did something. I fought for this community, and I fought, and I get chastised all the time. Drama. They love that word, and they just keep throwing it at you because these people have pushed that onto us to the point where you carry it around now like everywhere you go. And it's, you know, I didn't have to fight that war. Why does this thing keep getting brighter like that?
I think it's the
blinding my
I probably
face.
just need to change some camera settings.
Okay. But, you know, I don't know what that is. Love Cat says, what is that? I don't know. It just like blinds me, and it really hurts my eyes when it does it. But the thing is, yeah, Dick Richards, I don't see him anymore. He's gone. I mean, they took a bunch of our people with them because, go ahead. I mean, you know, well, there's Dick Richards right there. I hadn't seen you in a while. I thought you had gone to the dark side. Honestly, I really did. Tony, can I get an 18?
Yeah.
Do you want something?
Yeah, I'll take one too.
Oh, that sucks.
I knew you were going to say something stupid, dude. But, you know, I look at it like this. You know, I thought that, you know, I would fight and do what I got to do, man. And if we don't, at least, even if I stood alone, even if I stood alone, I really believed in what I was doing, and I still do. And I think that you can be a light into the darkness, and you can literally be a beacon of light for others to rally around and eventually come to their senses and fight and do what's right. Dick Richards, I'm glad to hear that, because multiple people have turned against us. Some of the people I thought would never do that, and they believed in these lies. Absolute lies. You need to let two grown people live their lives, acting all pious and holy. Come on, Sadducee, Pharisee. Calling people up in the middle of the night to tell them that I'm an apostate.
You know, and
Who the hell does that?
the information that they're spreading about me too, like that's not something to tell people and then act like you're some big Christian, you know, like that.
Oh, did you hear what they said? It was because it happened under my roof.
It's highly inappropriate.
Yeah, and you guys had to have it plastered everywhere to defend yourselves. And it's just, you know, we were this close to shutting down because my wife was just so mad. And she's like, I'm done with this. We're done. But after I talked to my friends from the UFO community, they were like, that ain't going to help you. They're like, you're dug in. Because you can walk away. One of them, the older one, he's like, you can walk away. But then they're going to make sure that you go away because you could come back. And once they're going to shut that door, and they're going to make sure, and they're going to wait until everybody's forgotten about you and you're not really a thing anymore. And then, boom, you're dead. And I asked him this point blank. I said, do you really think that he said, absolutely. And I'm not talking about the guys we're fighting with. I'm talking about whoever's in charge of this mess. You know, they want you gone. And it's a spiritual war. And I believe in what I'm doing. And I've taken an enormous amount of crap and an enormous amount of you know, whatever, getting pushed on me. And we've defended ourselves over and over again. Going back to that very first war, and I thought, it's not my fight. I thought it was not my fight. And it was my fight, because if I didn't do something, say something, and I had the ability to do it, you know, I had to do something. I had to say something. And for this man, you know, to sit there and act like, you know, we're just stirring it up or whatever. I'm like, dude, you were right there in that war, and I defended you. We backed each other up together because I thought we were fighting for free speech. And we were. For everybody to have the right to believe like they want. If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. But it should be allowed to be said. And I think that was what set the tone. But the guy that I was working with, I don't think he was happy about that, because he wanted things to be a certain way, a certain narrative. And I always wondered about him, like, why? Why is it that way? Flimsy reasons that these people come up with. Well, nobody's going to take us seriously. You're talking about a walking upright canine. How many people are going to take that seriously? And I've said this before, I said it last night, I'll say it again. How many people are going to take that seriously? I don't care if you call it a ghost, a phantom, or bubblicious fisheye, whatever. The thing looks ridiculous. It looks like a werewolf, because I've seen one. And when you try to explain that to people, they're like, you saw a werewolf. Good luck. I ended up in a freaking place where they kept telling me every day, just tell us that it wasn't real. Just say it. Say it wasn't real. And they literally, one of them talked like that. Talked like a damn snake. Like, what's his name from the Jungle Book?
Oh, yeah.
Trust in me. Just in me. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to lie and say that it didn't happen, because it did. And there were people with us that saw it too. Stop trying to get me to lie. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just, nope. I stuck by my guns. And I could have made my life a lot easier. And they said that. They're like, why don't you just make your life easier and say it didn't happen? One of the techs there even told me to say it was a dream. I said, a dream that 6 people had? Well, that's an amazing dream. I didn't bow down. And like Troy's story, I didn't bend the knee then. I'm not going to bend it now. I'm not going to bow down to these people and their bull crap. I'm never going to be okay. And I'm never going to be okay with their master that slithers around and puts bad things in people's hearts and in their minds. It's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. Sorry, not sorry. Not going to happen. Any other questions we got here before we move on? Exactly, Werewolf. I kneel for God only. That's it. I'm not going to kneel for no man or some dragon. Yeah, Jojo, exactly. Thousands of people having the same dream. Yeah. We're all just dreaming about it. That's what it is. Just a bunch of goofy people, you know, just having the same dream. They totally take facts and ignore them. They throw them completely out of the whole thing. The fact that my friend and his family saw it too. No matter how many times I told them, I said, ask the people that I was with. Well, we're not here to talk about them because you're the one in the facility because your stepmom and dad hate you. So let's just talk about you. I'm like, look, I don't give a crap what these people tell you or what. I don't care what my dad thinks. To this day, I don't give 2 shits what he thinks. I don't care if he's watching me right now and he's hating my guts. I don't care. I could live the rest of my life and never see him, and I'm perfectly content with that. And especially his wife. Liars, too. They don't live in the truth. They live in a little square bubble, whatever you want to call it. That's their life. That's it. That's it. It's about them two. They're two of the most selfish human beings I've ever met. And my whole life, I met lots of people. I talk to people all the time. And they're very selfish. They care about no one but each other. So they put you in a facility and they get them to sit there and harangue you and tell you that you're crazy because of what you saw. This wasn't 2024 where we can sit here in a show and talk about this. Some people still won't talk about it. They won't. They just won't. They won't, you can't say who they are, where they're from, whatever. It's just become a rule for us. We just don't do it. But you got to realize, man, that back when it happened to me, people they weren't talking about it. Like, it was not as open. And I got people to talk and tell me what they saw. But it took pain and suffering and punishment, undeserved. But maybe I did something in the past that I deserved. I don't know. Maybe it was deserved. We oftentimes, bad things happen to us and we're like, oh, woe is me. I did nothing to deserve this. But the truth is, if you go back and you look at your history, you probably did do something. Better to pay for it here than to pay for it in the next life, right?
Not to mention, it probably, thankfully gave you the resolve and the grit to kind of take the ridicule that comes with asking people for stories, and they're like, what? You believe in that stuff? So, like, I think because of that, you're able to just survive that you're just like, well, I don't give a crap what you think. Like, it doesn't matter to me. If you have a story, then I'd love to hear it. If you don't, then go away.
Well, I think, like, people, we who are in this whole, like, field, or I guess community of people online, people who believe in the things that we believe are real, people who question the nature of reality. Like, we have to get out of this mindset that oh, if I just present my argument in such a logical way and have all the right facts and evidence and all my ducks in a row, that these secular people are going to take me seriously. That academia is going to take me seriously. I'm gonna bring this to the mainstream, and it's going to become a legitimate science or a legitimate field of study in the public eye. That's never going to happen. We have to stop trying to placate people who will never be satisfied. They will never, ever accept you. They will never, ever believe you. They will never, ever take this seriously. It's never going to happen. Like, with the certain groups of people, they exist just to ridicule and mock you. And, like, we're just going to have to accept that.
Cause ascension. And
yeah. I mean, like, the point is, be bold and say what you believe, and what you've experienced. Don't be afraid to share it, because regardless, there's always going to be, you're going to be made to suffer for it in one way or another, and there is absolutely no escape from that. Like, we have to stop trying to please people who can't be pleased. I mean, this whole, like, this whole concept of the woo, which I really don't like that term, because it's a term that's meant to mock and denigrate people who have had spiritual experiences that are connected to alien or cryptid phenomena. Like, don't pull any punches. Don't try to censor yourself to placate this
fit their narrative.
Yeah, this big Bigfoot community that takes all these reports that goes by a 4-letter name, like whatever. You're always going to come up against people who are just not going to take it seriously. So why even bother? Like, just speak your truth and don't be afraid of it. Stop caring about what these people think. They will never accept you. You will never be one of them. And good, because who wants to be one of them? You're one of us. And quite frankly, our people are just a lot smarter.
And we're different.
Yeah, we're different.
We
And
built a community here.
The thing too is that you have to look at is when you have all these different categories of paranormal, or you have like just these different boxes in which they're all separated and all stuff like that. When these secular or when these outside people look at it, they just look at the separated groups and be like, oh, you believe in Dogman, or you believe in Bigfoot, or you believe in whatever, and they all see it as each aspect of it as crazy. Instead of banding together and being like, hey, this is just weird stuff that we don't know what's going on, and you can't explain it no matter how hard you try.
We all have a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah. But instead of doing that, we're all separated and we're all arguing and we're all doing exactly what they want, which is not supporting each other, which is not listening to each other, which is not actually trying to help each other find what is actually going on. And you have people like in the actual community itself who are just causing issues and lying about either reports or stuff about other people or just
they try to discredit people that they're jealous of. I see that all the time.
and it's a dang shame. And then to fit in, this is one thing I hate. To fit in, like they'll come out with like 12 reports about stuff that they've experienced, and you're like, oh, okay, how did this happen? When did this? Where was this?
12 true stories of
Yeah.
what, and you're like, first of all, we never say they're true stories. I can sit here and tell you that I believe what most of these people are saying. There have been times where I've heard people's stories and I'm like, I don't know, man, but I'm not going to throw them out because I don't know, and it's you can decide whether or not you want to believe them or not. I'm not going to ever come out here and say, folks, there's 10 true stories of some stuff here. Okay. Because I don't know, but I will tell you when I'm telling something that happened to me or us, and I can say this is a true story. This happened to us. It really did. And I've had some wild stuff happen, man.
Oh, you all right?
God damn. Oh man, sorry folks, I gotta do this. These are Manuka honey things. Let's get started on the next one. And this is a long one too, probably gonna be pretty long. Well, I'll give you an option. Actually, we don't have an option because the title of it, you titled it what? Werewolves or something like that?
Yeah.
So we got to talk about the Rougarou. Ghost ship will have to wait.
Not Dogman. I was hoping for Dogman.
Oh, okay, sorry. Because the Dogman has a certain type of leg, and the werewolf has another type of leg, and then the Dogman goes like that, and the werewolf goes like that.
Yeah.
That
I was
makes the
actually
difference.
just
That makes
hoping-
all the difference.
For like a
as
chihuahua.
long
You thought it was a Dogman. No, Dogman don't do that. They go like this.
Or
Werewolf goes like that.
Golden Retriever, man.
And it's all flesh and blood.
And they're all flesh and blood. So here's what I'm going to tell you. I got a story from somebody, and they grew up in Louisiana, in a small town. You got to leave?
Yeah.
Already?
It's 9:30. I gotta go to the hotels.
I thought you had to be there by 10. Or go at 10, whatever. Tony always eager to get away from us. He won't be around us. So, what happened is, this guy gives me a story. And his family's Creole. And they grew up out in the swamp. And I can't remember. There was a little bitty town. It's not Slidell. Anyway, it's another little small town, whatever. And he told me when he was younger, they lived there temporarily. And his mom and dad were going through a divorce, and his mother, they went to go live with their granny because they were having problems, whatever, and they kind of were hiding out, from what he told me, from the dad. And he was quite abusive and was threatening to do this and that. And he said his grandma was one of the toughest people he'd ever known. And she's like, let that fool come up here and see what happens. Basically, like I wish he would, you know what I mean? Like, and he goes, I felt safe with my granny. I was like, I thought, man, my grandma will whoop anybody, right? And I kind of grew up with a dude named Theo that was like that. This African-American dude, and his granny was like, she was that dipping snuff, Levi Garrett snuff. And boy, I watched her spank him one time. I felt bad because we were all doing the same thing. But
Answer the door with a double barrel.
she spanked him so bad because we were down there in the holler. And she said, don't be down there in that holler. There's weird things down there. She was right. And so what ended up happening is, sorry, I got to eat this, but it's from my throat. So what ended up happening, this, when he was a kid, his granny, she practiced magic. He assured me that it wasn't bad, but I told him, I said, well, I just don't believe in messing with any of that, but I'm not going to pass judgment. So anyway, but he said that when she would go out into the swamp, she would go out there into this one little pool and the water was green. And he said that it was, this weird green color. And I told him, I said, wow, dude, like magic. He goes, no, it was moss. It was all over.
No.
It was gross.
Just algae.
They got me on that one. I said, really? Like it was magical and emerald? He goes, no, man. Like there was moss all over it. It was gross. It was nasty.
It's plants, stupid.
Well, moss aren't really plants, but we're not going to get technical here. But anyway, he said that it was just covered in moss and it was like just a little dirty pool of water. And she said that she'd been going there to that pool of water and getting a cup and boiling it and drinking it every day for years and years. And it must have worked because his grandma lived to be 99 years old. It's a long time. And he said that when she was like in her 60s, she looked like she was in her 40s. So maybe there was something to it. I don't know. But he said that she'd go out there and get this pail and she'd go and she'd dip that into that water and the water came up from a hole in the ground. And he said that he wanted to swim in it. And she said, is there any gators in there? I mean, there are, but she's like, no, not in this pool. Never seen one. She's like, but the gators ain't what you got to worry. There it goes again. Ah, dang, being abducted by aliens here. But she said, the gators ain't what you got to worry about. She said, there's another creature out here. The Rougarou, or the Rougarou, as they call it. A Rougarou is just a kind of a Cajun. Wow, dang, what in the heck is going on?
Yeah, let me mess with the camera.
It's kind of a Cajun Creole slang term. They all kind of say like Rougarou became Rougarou. And it just kind of. But Rougarou is actually the correct term. So let's let Anthony do this with the camera real quick.
I mean, go ahead. Are you still on camera?
Yeah.
It's still showing you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just want to make sure. But go ahead. I mean, they can still hear and see you.
Okay. Well, it's just kind of hard because you're looming over.
It might take a minute.
No? Okay. Thanks. I'll eat it then.
Exposure highest.
Whatever.
Because I know what it is. It's the white balance on this camera. But there we go. Let's just try and lower that.
So what ended up happening is Granny tells him about the Rougarou. And she says, wow. Weird.
Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, his granny tells him about the Rougarou, and tells him, "You don't ever want to be out here in the swamp after dark." And he said, "What is the Rougarou?" And she said, "Let me tell you something, boy." She said, "The Rougarou is the most dangerous creature that exists in this swamp. Don't ever be caught out after dark." And that's all I'm going to tell you about it. When you get a little older, I'll tell you why. She's like, but don't get any weird, bright ideas. And he said, I was one of those kids that always had to buck, kind of like the guy in the last story, Troy, which is kind of why I wanted to tell these stories together. They're both kind of the same way. And I was listening to him talk, and I said, you kind of remind me of somebody who gave me a story recently. And he asked me who, and I just said, you don't know him. But anyway, if you're listening, you heard the story. Jamie is his name. But Jamie, if you heard this, if you're listening, you're telling your story now. And Troy, I know he's working right now. So he was going to be working, but he'll listen to it later. But here's what he told me. Here's what Jamie told me. Jamie said, look, I was a badass little kid. He was very honest about this. And he said, I got my older brother, Dennis, in trouble. And I was sneaking out of the house. Dave Hal, it's a Manuka honey. It's for my throat, so I can talk. So he said, got my older brother in trouble. You know, I was sneaking out of the house because I wanted to go find the Rougarou. He goes, and for some reason, my granny had this rope. And he goes, and she knew how to make a lasso out of it. And he goes, I don't know where she learned that from. She just knew. And he thinks because his grandmother or his grandfather was in Angola. And so, you know, he was locked up. So he thought maybe that was when he got out because he was in the rodeo there. So maybe that's, you know, what happened. So he ended up, you know, she knew how to lasso. And she taught him how to lasso. And he would use it on this deck, on this pier that they had. And so he was like, I'm going to go out into the woods and I'm going to find a Rougarou. So he asked his granny what it looked like. Asked her again, and she says, I done told you, quit talking about it. You're going to talk it up. It means you're going to bring it to you if you keep talking about it. Same thing in Latino culture. It's the same way. You don't talk about it. Because if you do, then when it happens to you, that's what you get. You shouldn't have been talking about it, right? And he said, you know, yeah, Angola State Prison. So he said that she told him, she says, when it's time to tell you about it, I'll tell you about it. Until then, don't be alone out in the swamp. And so he said, okay, but I want to know. And she's like, it's a big, hairy creature. You don't want to know. He said, so that summer, they had some kids that lived further down on the bayou, whatever, and they had gone and played with them. And he said, my granny says that the Rougarou is running around out here in the swamp. And they were like, yeah, we heard these stories. It's all bullcrap. And one kid said, it's a Bigfoot. I've seen it. And the other kid said, no, it looks like a wolf. And he's like, and my mom's seen it. So they start arguing back and forth, these kids and whatever. And what ended up happening, he goes back home and they're at dinner. He goes, and we ate beans. He's like, every day we ate something with beans. This kind of bean, that kind of bean. We ate beans all the time and rice. And he said that, you know, he's like, we're sitting there eating our beans and rice. And my granny's like, just be quiet and eat your food. Because my mom was at work. He's like, and my granny was like, she had one leg shorter than the other. She was always hobbling around, but she never stopped moving. Never stopped moving. And he said, most active woman he'd ever seen in his life. She goes, but she always looked the same from the time he was a child to the time she died. She was always heavy set and looked exactly the same. She never changed, you know. Didn't gain a pound, didn't lose a pound. He's like, but she put butter on everything. And so he says, my granny tells me, so he said, he goes, the kid down the street said it was a Bigfoot. And she goes, there ain't no Bigfoot. Now, there's Bigfoot out there, too. He's roaming around out there. She's like, I've seen him twice. Big, giant, hairy, smelly-looking thing. She's like, yeah, I know what that is. This ain't no Bigfoot, child. She's like, Bigfoot's tame. She's like, Bigfoot will let you live. She's like, the Rougarou is a man with a black heart. And he's evil. Practices witchcraft. And either he or someone that he's working for helps him to change into this thing by night. And by day, he's a normal person. Could be your neighbor. Could be the guy that owns a store, a businessman, anybody. Could be the nicest guy. Could be somebody sitting next to you in church. But at night, he changes into something evil and dark. And the mask of piety comes off. Scared these kids. She scared the crap out of us. She's like, you know, I don't go to church no more. Church I used to go to. There's two of them. They go to that church. I don't go there no more. I read my Bible. I smoke my pipe. And I stay here. She had one of them old corncob pipes used to smoke out of it, tobacco. She was just smoking away all the time, smoking tobacco. And he said that his grandfather had been accused of robbing a bank and getting away with it. But then he tried to rob something else. I can't remember what it was, he said, and he got caught. But the rumor was that Granny had money. And he's like, and I believe it. Because when she died, we inherited almost $70,000 from her. And he said she died back in like 2005 or something like that. That's when she passed away. And he said that she was loaded. And they had no clue. And she lived so frugal. And one day she told him, she's like, the key to not being poor was to live like you're poor. Kind of ironic.
Makes sense.
Right? And he says, and I thought, this is bullshit. No, I want to live like a normal person, not this bull crap. But then when she passed away, and it wasn't $70,000 between all of them. It was $70,000 a piece for 3 kids.
Oh, wow.
It was like 72,000 or something like that. He said his mother, unfortunately, she passed away, breast cancer. 2002. He said it broke his granny's heart. That was her only daughter. She had 3 sons. Every one of them went to prison. One of them shot a man in a gambling den in Beaumont. And another one died in New Orleans 2 days after getting out of prison. And the third one was in there for life. And he said that he got to meet one of his uncles briefly. Before he died in Beaumont, he said, I got to be around him for about 2 years, and he was a cool dude, man. He goes, man, my uncle was a cool dude. He was always smiling, always friendly. He had done 13 years in prison, just like his dad. And he said, but he always was upbeat, but he loved to shoot dice. And he goes, and he dragged me along when I was a young man. I was early, or late teens, early 20s. He'd be in there cracking dice till dawn. And I hear the stories. He goes, and Beaumont had all kinds of weird stories. He lived in Beaumont. He goes, and I'd hear these stories of these cat people. And he told me, he goes, I listen to your show off and on. Sadly, I'm not his favorite podcaster. Broke my heart when he said that. But I'm in good company. He likes What Lurks Beneath, and he likes Tony Merkel. He likes me, and can't complain. I mean, those are good channels. He likes Mr. Ballin. I listen to Mr. Ballin sometimes. He's pretty good. And I said, well, am I in your top 3? He says, absolutely. He lying. You lying, Jamie. You know you lying. That's okay. I'm not everybody's favorite. Nobody's cup of tea. Not everybody's cup of tea. I'm nobody's favorite. I don't believe that. But that's okay. You're right. But he goes, I go into these gambling days. He goes, and I listen to one of your shows about cat people. And I remember hearing my uncle talk about it. And I thought, wow, this is fascinating. Masochist Mouse, you're right. They are. They're good. I don't know Mr. Ballin, but I know Josh very well. But he said, I never thought I would see something like this. And then on the way home, my uncle, we called him Thur. That was his nickname. There was a name, there was something behind it, but he said, Thur told me, he says, one day I was driving home. I was going home to see Mama. That's would have been this guy, Jamie's grandmother. And he said, I was leaving Beaumont. I was going down the highway. He goes, and I went to see my girl. She lived in Vinton. I've been there. Known for backdoor fights and cockfighting. Rough place if you go to the wrong part of it. Out in those woods out there. And he said that he was driving through. And he said that I see this thing that looks like an ape mixed with a dog. And it's standing on the side of the road. He's like, and I look, and this thing stands up on its hind legs and pushes its chest out. And he said, then its head backed up. He goes, and I see something pop out of its face, and it was a snout. He's like, I literally witnessed one of these things. He's like, my uncle told me that. He's like, but that wasn't the first or the last time I would see this creature. He goes, Granny Hayes would call it. Your grandma call it the Rougarou. And he was like, you saw this thing? He says, oh yeah. I saw it on the side of the road. He goes, but the first time I saw it, I was 14 years old, and I was with your other uncle. And we had a trout line. He goes, we went out there to the trout line to get the fish, you know. We're out there on our little boat. They call it jugging, whatever. We was out there jugging. And I hear a splash. And I look. He goes, and I see this thing that looked like a man mixed with a wolf. And it's standing there. He goes, and I could see it, like she has chest heaving. And it was like splashing water on itself. And he goes, it stopped and looked at us. He's like, and we turned the engine on and hauled ass out of there. We didn't go back till the next day. It was dusk. And legend is that the Rougarou don't come out till night. He goes, but we saw it at dusk. So we went back and we told Mama. And we're like, hey, I think we done seen the Rougarou. And she says, I know. And she even knew who it was. She says, I know which one you saw. She's like, they're two evil men that belong to that church. She's like, all pious. All pious. One of them was married to a witch. And she's like, he changed the other guy, corrupted him, ruined the whole congregation, turned them all against each other, had everybody fighting. And she said, that's what they do. She's like, and then they run out into the swamp to prey on animals and people, to be a beast, to make a beast of themselves, as she would say. But she believed in her old granny magic and her little charms, and she always believed that God was going to be with her and protect her. She would find something, pray over it, and put it up on the wall, say that it was blessed. He's like, we would just laugh. And he said, one day when I was a kid, we snuck out of the house. And my brother Dennis, we went outside. And we went out into the woods with a lasso and a knife. Stupid kids. We were just kids. He's like, and we hear this grunting, snarling noise. He goes, and I can honestly say I didn't see it. I just heard it. And I took off running and headed straight back to the house. And I looked back and something had grabbed my brother. He's like, I can't move. Help. And his shirt was being ripped off. And he literally was taking his shirt off. And then he kept running. And whatever this was, he said it was black and large and big and looked hairy, but he didn't get a good look at it. His brother described it, though. And he said, but my brother described it as a Bigfoot type creature, like a Sasquatch. It had an ape-like face, and it smelled really bad. And we got back to the house, and we told my granny and my mom, and they both whooped our ass. And he said, and my mother told me, he said, you're lucky. Because if it was the Rougarou, you wouldn't have got away. So he said, I think we encountered Bigfoot, or a type of Bigfoot that lives out in the swamp. And he asked me my opinion. I said, sounds like it. And he's like, do you believe in the Rougarou? I said, why not? There's hundreds, not thousands of people who've seen it. And then he told me, he says, when I was going to church with my mama, I said, Mama, there's a werewolf in this church. She said, hush now, child, there ain't no werewolf. Granny Hayes just likes to talk. And he goes, okay. Granny Hayes always talking. Nobody gonna believe a crazy old woman that lives out in the woods by herself, right? Her husband died. He was a convict. Who the heck? Who's gonna believe these people, right? But he said that this one man came up to him, had the collection plate, and was like, He looked at him and said, "Hey, you got any money?" They said he was an older white man. I looked up at him. I said, "No, I'm a kid." He goes, "Well, then get a job, boy." And then he chuckled and walked off. He goes, "I'll never forget, he had a nasty scar right between his ear and his eye." He goes, "He scared me. And he smelled like the moss, the Spanish moss." He goes, "I'll never forget the nasty earthen smell that came off of this guy. And that ugly scar on his face and his sleepy eye." And he said, "I knew right then and there." I said, "Werewolves are real," and there he is right there. He said on the way home, he goes, "I was looking out the window, and I kept thinking, somewhere out in that swamp, he's going to be roaming around tonight, killing things, eating things, doing ungodly things." But he's a member of the church. And he says, "You remember, I listened to your show, Mr. Turner?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "Well, I heard the one you did about werewolves and how they're real. And this guy Gerald told you this story." He goes, "I'm here to tell you right now, if you have any doubts in that guy," he goes, if this guy, if anybody's being honest," he goes, "I think he is." He goes, "I've done my own research after what I saw." He's like, "When I was 20 years old, I went back to my granny's place. Went to go visit her." He's like, "She could barely move at that point. She had diabetes. The sugar, as they call it. She had the sugar." He said, "I remember walking in, and she could barely see me. She was half blind. And she's like, 'Come on in, child.' And I thought, Granny's going to die. So I sat there with her, and we prayed, and we sang. And she told him, she says, 'Don't worry, tomorrow I'm going to go, and I'm going to drink some medicine, and I'm going to be all better.' And he goes, I humored her, and I said, 'Okay, Granny, whatever you say.' He said, I went in the next room, and I cried my eyes out because I knew she was passing. He's like, and then I fell asleep. He goes, and I was always her favorite. It was like, we were always very close. And he said, I never argued with her. I never challenged her. Look at this number down here. Come on.
Every time, dude. Every single time.
Not every single time. What are you talking about?
No, I mean like
the last time we hit, it was like, that was...
I mean like every time we get into this range, like I just conveniently stops at that number.
Yeah.
That's real cute.
Well, it doesn't even say it there. It says 653 up there. Now it's 654. Some people said, okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
Because it's weird, because it says 653 right there, but 664 right here. So, and usually that number is the higher number than that one, which is weird. So, we're just going to have to ignore it, folks. Right? It's just a little superstitious thing, but nobody wants to see that, you know. Especially when you talk about the Rougarou over here, or Rougarou. And so what ended up happening, he goes, I was 20 years old. He's like, and Granny, I hear her moving around, and I'm like, what the hell is she doing? And she's out the door. He goes, so I followed her. And he goes, and she was moving fast. Fast for an old woman. She was booking it. And I knew where she was going. She was going to her little pool where she liked to grab the water because that water gave her life and all this nonsense and blah, blah, blah. And sure enough, there she was, grabbing a pail, putting it into the little hole, the little spring there. She called it a spring, but he goes, I believe it just came from the creek. It was just like a, you know. And he goes, I said, Granny, what are you doing? And she's like, I told you I'm going to be well. And he's like, couldn't believe it. She was like bedridden. Looked like she was about to die. Her legs were swollen. And she walked back to the house, boiled it, put a few little things into it. Never did pay much attention to what it was. And then she drank it. And then the next morning, he's like, she was up walking around cooking bacon and eggs, and her legs weren't swollen, and she was doing great.
What?
He said, I couldn't believe it. And I told her, he's like, I told my granny, I said, Granny, why were you laying around in bed if you could do that at any time? And she said, 'cause the haint, he's out there. I could hear him all night bouncing around. The haint's what she called the Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard him fighting with the Rougarou. And she's like, and lucky for me, the Rougarou chased him off. And he said, but Granny, you told me that the Rougarou was the worst creature out there in them woods. He said, oh, he is. But only for those that don't believe. She's like, the Rougarou can only attack those who aren't saved. She's like, well, you and I, child, we're protected by the blood of the Lamb. Not a Rougarou can't do nothing to us. So he told me, he says, you know, Wolf, and I like that he finally started calling me that, but he had a hard time calling me Wolf considering we were talking about werewolves, and some people do. They like, I don't want to call you Wolf because we're
Can't
talking
blame 'em.
about werewolves, you know. And he said, you know, Wolf, he's like, I thought my granny was out of her damn mind. I thought, now she's got Bigfoot out there fighting with werewolves and whatever. He goes, and then that night I heard it. I said, heard what? He goes, a shrieking howl that sounded like a wolf mixed with a hyena, mixed with like a hawk. He's like, and then I heard something answer it like a roar. And I'd been told by many people, there it is again. And he said, I've been told by many people that that is the sound of the haint of the Bigfoot. He goes, but then some people called the Rougarou the haint too. The Rougarou, they call it the Rougarou, and they call it the haint and whatever. And he said, there is no way to really know which one is which. You just got to take your chances. I know this thing is staying on there way too long, dude. Like, seriously, nobody, there's like, that's...
Yeah. Told you.
Come on, YouTube, man. You got to be kidding me, man.
Like every time we get into the 660 viewer range, they just
See, the
stops
number
right
up there
there
has changed,
conveniently.
but it's still 666 down there. They like to keep it on there as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then you wake up with 34,700 subscribers, and then by the end of the day, you've lost 20, and then you gain 5 back, and then whatever. Whatever, man. I don't know how this works. So anyway, Chicago says YouTube be hating. YouTube be hating for real. Like, for real, man. Like, all right. So anyway, what ends up happening? He said, that night I heard this noise. So I walk out onto the deck. He's like, I hear a splashing noise. And I look, and there it is. It was almost dawn. And he goes, there was the deacon running through the water with no clothes on. He goes, and I knew. Right then and there, I go, that's him. He's like, I walked out, went out into the pier. I just stared at him. And he goes, he turned and looked back at me and kept running. And I hear this roar coming from the woods. And I look to my right, and he's like, and there I see this ape-like creature swimming across the channel, going across. And that man was gone. He was running superhumanly fast once he got onto that other side. So he went back inside, and he told Granny Haynes, he said, you know what I saw? And he told her, he said, I saw the deacon from the church when I was a kid. He don't look a day old. She's like, no. She's like, they age really slow. And she said, he was the one that turned the other one. He's a troublemaker. She knew him. She said, in that pasture, boy, he's stupid. He's fooled. They got him fooled because they give him money. So he don't believe it. He turns a blind eye to the truth. She's like, I done told them a long time ago. They tried coming to my house and messing around with me. I threw hot water on them. They left. She's a tough old bird. And then she said, and that old Hank comes sniffing around one day, try to take one of my roosters. Now, whether you agree with it or not, she had roosters to fight. They weren't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And there's a name for them. I forgot what they're called. He said it too. They're not the leghorns. What are they called? There's a name for them.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Fighting roosters, but there's a name for them. My great uncle had one named Nick because he was like the devil. They called
Is
it
that
devil
appropriate
old
name
Nick.
for him?
Yeah, he was mean as
Infernal
hell.
name?
He tried to spur me when I was a kid. So.
How to fight geese. Geese are mean little turds.
But they don't have spurs on their feet either. I forgot the name of them. Anybody can tell me the name of them. There's a name that gamecocks, yeah, but there's a name for them. They call them some type of rooster. I forgot what it's called. Foghorn, leghorn, yeah.
Rhode Island Reds.
There's a name for them. I forgot what it's called. I know it if somebody says it, but some of my family had them. There's an old people thing back from the old days. They used to all have them, and it was just normal, It was just. But anyway, she had a couple of them, and she said that this thing tried to grab him, and one of her roosters spurred him. She said jumped right up and cut him right across his chest, and he ran. She's like, the haint runs away. They don't hang around. She said she don't know where they come from. But she knows that they're like a normal thing, like they belong out in the swamp. She's like, the Rougarou doesn't. That's her opinion, right? And she said that this Rougarou, this particular one, she's like, ain't none of those people at church noticed this man hadn't aged in 30 years? You think that's just normal? She's like, ain't none of them got no sense, preacher especially. She's like, I'm not going to tell my daughter what to do. You can go in town and go to that church if you want to, but not me. I'm not going to learn from a man that's that damn ignorant, with her words. And she said, what you saw was the haint chasing him off because the Rougarou has a lot of power when he is in his form. Half man, half wolf. Look, there it is again. And it says 671 up there, but are you kidding me? Like, this is like a joke. Like, they're messing with us. Like, okay. Like, y'all are Christians, so we're going to mess with you.
Yeah, there's two nerds sitting behind the computer screen right now just snickering like little
We're totally
schoolgirls.
going to make these people mad.
We're going to troll them. Mom, hurry up with my dino nuggets and bring the ketchup. You know I like ketchup with my dino nuggets.
There's 671. So it's the pink paste that they turn into, whatever. So what ends up happening? Seriously though, but what ended up happening? He's like, my granny tells me all about this. He's like, so I go into town the next day, and I couldn't believe what I'd seen. I couldn't believe it. I saw the Bigfoot-looking creature. Looked like what had grabbed my brother Dennis when we were kids. I think that's what it was. Because I'm in town, and guess what? Who I run into? Not the one that he had seen the day before, but the other one that she claimed was one. One time they were in town, and this man tried to speak to him at the market, and she's like, "Don't talk to me, you devil." Just walked off. Sounds kind of like the Jehovah, right?
Yeah.
And
those grumpy old people know a lot more than you think.
they'll just tell people like it is, and they're sick of talking about it.
Yeah.
So anyway, when it happened, he goes, she's like, that's one of them too. And she said it right in front of all these people. She's like, you're a Rougarou, and everybody knows you're a Rougarou, and stop talking to me. Go hang out with the other devil. Be gone in the name of Jesus. And she said he turned around and booked it. Had a big old ham underneath his arm and said, well, you have a nice day, ma'am, and walked out. And she said, I don't care what your day is like. And Granny wasn't taking no mess. And he's like, we was driving back in the old pickup, rack and pinion steering. Surprised she could hang on to it. He's like, Granny, you want me to drive? She's like, you fool, you can't drive no better than me. He's like, well, I can see the road. She's like, you ain't strong enough. Got back. And he's like, I tell my granny, I said, I ran into the other, I think his name was like Marcus or something like that. But she's like, I ran into Marcus. And she's like, oh, that other devil that roams around the swamp. And he's like, Granny, I had a talk with him. And he seems like a really nice guy. She goes, yeah, that's what everybody says. It's an act. He's a good old nice guy. Showed up one day, came from who knows where, maybe Texas. Talking like everybody's friend. He was only there to do what he was going to do, which is destroy the church, which he did, which I don't go no more. But like I said, y'all do what you want. You can go, your mama goes, y'all do what you want. She's like, I'm not going to try and stop you. You'll be saying that it's my fault y'all went to hell. And so he tells me, he says, my granny, she just didn't want to listen. I kept telling her, I said, he doesn't seem like that kind of guy. He just doesn't. I didn't believe it. I didn't get a bad feeling from the guy. He goes, but then again, my ex-wife is proof that I'm a bad judge of character. She cheated on me, lied in court, and took my kids. The whole time I was none the wiser. So then he says, you know, he says, Wolf, I'm going to tell you like this. He goes, that night, something happened to me that changed my life forever, and I'll never forget it. I had already seen a lot of weird things. I saw a ball of green light come up out of the water one time and bounce around, going through the swamp. Will-o'-the-wisp, they call it. He's like, I saw the Rougarou, you know, running around. If it was to be believed, it was a guy that was running around naked in the swamp. Probably was him. Running from what could be described as Bigfoot. He goes, but what happened that night? I'll never forget it. Granny went to sleep and she said, gun's right there by your bed. He'll be coming for you tonight. And he's like, what? And she's like, oh yeah. That's what he does. He'll talk to you. He'll fill you out. See if you buy into what he's selling. He knows that I don't. And you're my flesh. He's going to come tonight. And I thought, this is one silly ass old woman. He's like, but I had to believe it because everything else that had happened. And she said, I'm going to have a boiling pot of water right there on the stove. She's like, keep reheating it. Keep doing it all night long. Just keep the water boiling. She's like, and stay awake. I got to go to sleep. She's like, I got the sugar and I'm not feeling too good. And for a woman to live as long as she did with diabetes is something almost supernatural unto itself.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, you might want to start drinking the boiled water from that spring. He said he did, and it gave him dysentery for like 3 days. He said, maybe you need a stomach for it. I don't know. But anyway, he says, I'm sitting there, and I hear something up on the porch. My granny had a dog, old red-bone hound, useless as the day is long, named Rex. And all I did was sit there and snore and fart. Didn't make a sound. I'm like, this dog is useless. Thing lived to be like 18 years old or something like that. And he said it was half blind and whatever. Limping around. And that was when it was born. I'm joking, folks. But he said that this thing was there, right there by the door. And finally it lifts its head and kind of goes, rrr, rrr, kind of growls a little bit, you know. And he's like, and I get up. And I had forgotten about the boiling water. But I grabbed the gun. And I hear bam, bam, bam. Right on the door. And I back up. He goes, and it was so hard you could see the dust coming off the sides of the door. And I was like, he goes, and Wolf, and I lifted the gun. I got scared, and I was just like, I didn't know what to do. I look over, and Granny's sound asleep. Double-barrel shotgun. He goes, and boom. I unloaded both barrels right through that door. Granny wakes up. She's half blind. She's looking for her spectacles to put them on. And he's like, I think I just shot the Rougarou. And she looks and she's like, you fool child, all you did was shoot my door. Now it can just come right in. And he says, I walk up to the door. And he goes, and I'm fumbling, trying to load the gun. He goes, it's like a horror movie. I'm trying to load the gun, and I'm dropping shells. And she's like, steady yourself, boy. Steady yourself. He goes, she had a big old stick. She wrapped it around her hand. She had this like leather strap. She wrapped that stick around. She got up and she says, it's time to whoop some ass. He goes, she could barely move, but she was ready to fight with her stick.
Spiritual warfare.
Yeah, and she was praying. He goes, she had her cross out. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. She's like, say it with me, child. And he's like, and I got to admit, I didn't know the prayer. It's like, I'm like, the shadow of death is fear evil. You know, I'm over here mumbling, fumbling. And I said, are you sure this is the, and he said, before I could get the words out, this thing was like through the door, and it reached over and it grabbed the dog, and the dog started yelping and yelping. And then in a moment of courage and whatever aggression, the dog turned and bit the crap out of this thing's hand, and with the 3 teeth it had left. And the thing kind of moved back and looked up at him and then went through the door and went right at him. And he goes, and I put it right up to its neck and I pulled the trigger. Boom. And he goes, and it was crazy, dude. The inside of everything just blew out the back. He's like, and then it staggered out the porch with its head flopping around and laid down on the steps, and black goo. He said, Mr. Turner, I heard you talk about that before too. He's like, and the black goo was oozing out of this thing. He goes, and I went out there and I'm holding the gun and I'm thinking, I just shot a werewolf. I said, how big was it? He said, it was probably 6.5, 7 foot. Monstrous thing. I looked and the dog, it was bleeding real bad. The back, it was hurt real bad. He's like, and I was standing there on the porch and I couldn't believe what was happening. And she said, shoot it again. And he lifted the gun and I pulled the trigger again. And he goes, and I'm only like 2 feet away, but I'm so scared because this thing started to sit up and it began to crawl backwards. Yes, backwards, like a freaking spider. And then he heard it going like, and he's like, it was like 1,000 voices speaking at one time. And when it was backing up like a spider, he goes, I missed. I shot the side of it. And then I'm trying to fumble around for the ammunition that's all over the ground. And he's like, man, oh man, am I screwed? And he said that at that point, he's like, I had to do what I had to do. As this thing got closer to backing up into our house, my granny came out onto the porch, and I just hear this sizzling, popping noise, and she threw hot water all over that thing. And that thing began to smoke like meat. He goes, and it smelled like pork. And that thing got up, lurched forward, and stumbled and fell into the water, and then just floated down the little, just all the way. Started floating like down the river. He goes, and then I heard a splashing noise, and I thought maybe a gator got it. Hopefully, whatever. He goes, and then we just sat there looking at each other, and Granny says, I knew they'd come for me one day. She's like, you don't understand. When I tell you something, I mean it. And so he said, a few days go by. I didn't want to leave my granny out there in the woods alone. And I just, sleepless nights, sitting there looking out the door. I had called my mother and my brother. They came by the third night. They had to work and everything. He said, one of the neighbors down the road, real good friend of theirs, helped him fix the door. Granny told him, Rougarou came for us. He said the neighbor just smiled and said, oh, I'm sure it did. I'm sure that's what happened. Maybe he believed it, maybe he didn't. And then he said that they fixed the door. Everything was perfectly fine. And he said, Granny, I shot this thing twice. She said, well, you really shot it 1.5 times, but not judging. And he said, okay. How did that water, that boiling water? And she said, there's a secret that I know and that I told you before, but you're too busy playing your video games and you didn't listen to me, boy. She said that water was blessed. Get this. This is a story that his grandmother told him. But there was once a Spaniard that came through there. And he was an immortal. This is what she said. I'm not saying that he believed it, or I'm not saying I believe it. But what Jamie told me, his grandmother said, that there was a Spaniard that came through there years ago. And he had found the fountain of youth in another state near the coast. This is what she said. And that he had a little bit of water. And that an old Frenchman was there and watched him pour the water into that well and said, this water, drink it. It will forever be the water of life. And no evil can drink it or touch it. And then she told him, she goes, you remember when you drank that water and you got sick for 3 days? And he said, yeah. She goes, because you weren't living right, boy. She said, when you're on the wrong side of God, the wrong side of the word, the wrong side of life, that water will make you sick. And when you're pure evil, it'll melt the flesh off of your bones. And she goes, and that old Frenchman, his grandfather sold our grandfather this land and said, an old Spaniard came through here long after the Spaniards were gone. Said he'd been alive for 200 years and blessed them for letting him stay in their place. He said, tomorrow I'm going to show you something and I'm going to give you something. And told them that he had found the fountain of youth. And it was in a place called Florida. In a swamp just like that. And that many, many men had died to try to find it. And the natives there took pity on him as he was dying, gave him some, and said, take this water and bless others with it, lest you die. But only the chief was allowed to drink it. And this story is what his grandmother told him. And he says, Wolf, I'm not telling you to believe this. He said, it sounded like bullcrap to me. But there was something to it, because I saw a werewolf on our porch. I shot one, and it laid there, and black goo came out of its neck and its side. And he goes, and then I didn't get a look at the face. I didn't get to see it. I just saw these, it was deformed. These weird ears were flopping around. It looked like a bat at that point. It was falling into the water. And he said, and I saw the deacon. We went into town. Went into a convenience store. He was coming out. He saw me and he said he dropped 2 bottles. They fell onto the ground and broke. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. And then we looked at each other and he was like, eyes wide. And he goes, and I saw the eyes move like a reptile's, like a snake. I saw it. And it went down to pick up what was in the bag that was broken. 2 bottles of booze for this pious holy man. And he said, I backed up and said, pick it up yourself. And I went inside the store. This man came out and I was aggravated. Sitting in his car cussing. Son of a bitch. And then he gets out and he says, I'll see you around. Your granny can't live forever. And he's like, you won't see me. And yes, she will. And he said, at that moment, I don't know what came over me. He goes, I'm not a preacher. He goes, and I cuss. He was in the Navy for years, so he cusses like proverbial sailor. And he says, I told him, I said, look, you SOB. He said, I know what you are. He goes, and I walked right up to him in a moment of courage, and I grabbed his door, and I said, and I'm not afraid of you or any of your kind. Now, you may have infiltrated the church, and you may have infiltrated this whole town. He's like, but you got your ass kicked by the Holy Spirit. It'll happen again. Don't ever come messing with my granny. She's got the water of life on her side, and she'll use it on you again. And he said he got this nasty, angry look on his face. He's like, and he wanted to bite my head off right then and there. And he probably could have if I was not right with God. He goes, but all I did for 3 days was pray and fast. Now, the fasting part, he said, was because they didn't have a lot of food, and Grandma was... he couldn't leave to go get it. He was like, I was just kind of hungry. But he said, I fasted. I did. And it was by design, though,
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, and I prayed. And this guy says, I'll pray for you. He goes, I don't want your prayers. And believe me, you're beyond redemption. I'm not praying for you. He's like, but I promise you, if I'm there, if you ever come back to my granny's place, I'm going to finish what I started. He's like, and this man didn't argue it. He said, so Mr. Turner, werewolves do exist. And this one was a Rougarou. Feared throughout the swamp. The bully of Louisiana. I guess I never thought I'd see the day. But my uncles had seen it. My uncle saw Catman too. But that's a story for another time. This isn't creepypasta, folks. This is what's told to me. Now, I have a unique way that I tell these stories that brings it to life. Thank you for that donation, Jamie. Appreciate it. And all I can do is be the custodian. Give me your questions in caps if you want. Exactly, Kriegsman. Make no peace with monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Because the peace won't last. We know that. They'll just tell you what you want to hear, get you off the phone or whatever they got to do, and then run around through the swamp terrorizing everybody. And I thought, within light of what's going on, this story was a perfect fit. And I was going to tell it last night. Actually, I was going to tell it on Blondes and Booze, and then I thought, you know what? That was on Friday. I thought, I'm just going to save it for Sunday because, well, it's Sunday, and why not tell you a couple good ones, inspired? You know, these men felt the need to tell me these things. I'm glad they did. And I think that they did. I thank God that, that they're okay. They lived through what happened to them. Sailor Nemesis says, are all earth-walking immortals evil, since you mentioned the Spanish man that blessed the water? No, I don't think so. JVG says, are you ever tempted to search for these fountains of youth? I haven't known about them very long. So if that is real, I mean, no, probably not, because I don't want to live forever.
Yeah.
The longer I'm on this earth, the less I'm away from God.
I don't think if someone is an immortal that necessarily makes them by default evil. But I do think that I know that it's an unnatural state for any physical person or being at all to live. So, I mean, like, it doesn't make them evil, but that they are, I believe, like, if they chose to be that, if this guy did find a fountain of youth and obtain some kind of immortality, that act in and of itself, I think, was probably wrong. But that doesn't mean that person can't get right. I mean, they have a whole lifetime indefinite lifetime to get right, to repent, you know, to try and just get themselves right with the Lord spiritually. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Thor Wolf says death is a secret blessing. I think you get it. Everybody want to go to heaven, but don't nobody want to die. Those stories, listening to them, you know, you're getting the story, and I'll give you a little insight into it. I'm always thinking about how I'm going to tell it. Anthony's heard people tell me stories, and he's watched me retell them. And I'm not saying that it's some fine art or whatever. Some people say that it is, bringing it to life, you know, whatever.
It's one of the oldest art forms. I mean, but before we had the written word, oral tradition is how history was passed down.
KD7 says something. Men will seek out death in those days, and it will flee from them.
That's a scary thought, actually.
It is. Well, Salem Nemesis says, it's an art. Don't shortchange yourself, Wolf. Well, I'm not going to toot my own horn either. JVG has another good question. What kind of immortal do you think Saint Germain was? I don't think he was a vampire. I think he was a very smart guy. I think he probably was an alchemist. Catania says, you inspire the breath of life into stories. Thank you. Wendy Eater Wolf, how did Granny stay right with God when she had all that stolen money? Well, she didn't steal it. Her husband did. And according to what he told me, his cousin one time asked her about that. Mm-hmm. And she didn't like his aunt's kids because they, according to her, they were all bad people. And they were. He said they were really bad. They were all selling drugs and doing things and shooting up everything and blah, blah, blah. And the same was her with her sons. She knew that they weren't right with God. They just couldn't get they couldn't get their stuff together.
Yeah.
And he asked her one time, he said, is this stolen money? And she's like, I have no idea. My husband was accused of something, and before he died, he told me where it was buried. She's like, I went and found it, and that was it. And she never used it for anything extravagant, just subsistence level living, and then when she died, she gave it to the kids.
Yeah.
And that was it. But if you're taking it from a bank, I'm sorry, I'm not real sympathetic toward the banks. You know, still stealing. I won't steal. I won't even steal a stick of gum from the store because stealing is stealing, and I have some morals, you know. But, I know, like I said, I'm just not like one of those people that's just like, oh, boo-hoo, the bank lost their money. You know, like they're going to lose your money at some point anyway.
Well, also, I mean, it's important to remember that that being right with God doesn't mean to be sinless. It doesn't mean that there's not some sin that you're still in, because there's no escape for it. You know, from us, we're only men and women. We're just human beings. You know, I mean, we can get right and still be doing wrong. But the point is to repent and be aware. You know.
Can I get a?
Yeah.
Yeah, Salem Nemesis says back in the day, bank robberies were a daily occurrence in the U.S. They sure were. Somebody sent me a snarky message the other day, like a real nasty little email, you know, and they were like, you are a POS. That's how they started, right? And I was supposed to go, oh, you called me a naughty. I could give a crap at this point. I've been called everything under the sun, and I don't care. But this guy said something. I got it. He said, you're a POS. And he says, and when you die, your only legacy will be some stupid stories you retold. I said, I'm a POS, and my stupid legacy, stupid stories, whatever that I retold. And I said, but thousands of people watched me do it. It's like one person is reading this email, and now I'm deleting it. Don't match wits with me, son, because I don't care. You know? So, because of his insult, I felt the need to let it off my chest and inadvertently give him his 15 minutes of fame. The funny thing is, though, you don't know who he is, and you never will. I need the charger on this thing. So at least some people will know me, they'll know my name, and they'll remember the stories I told. And the only person that's ever going to know that guy's name is probably some poor woman that married him. Not a very nice guy. It wasn't the first time he'd sent me a nasty message either. Fisher spam, Josh, are you checking your messenger or should I send you an email? My message has been acting weird lately, but go ahead and send me both. It doesn't matter. Katie7 says they're contentious. Our natural state of life is to be hassled by evil. It is. It definitely is. River Moore says, Josh, I don't mind dying. I just don't want to be there when it happens. Brian Wells says, wages of sin, please God, he may grant you with a long life. That's true. Dave House says, Josh, any good Wolf, any good reincarnation stories? Yeah. But when I talk about reincarnation, or if I talk about my beliefs or whatever, people go crazy like an angry hive of bees, and I'm just stung to death right now, and I'm tired of getting attacked. These people, they don't grasp that there were other books in the Bible that were taken out. They just do not get that at all. And when I talk about it, and I'm not letting these people, they've tried to dictate, they've tried to control the narrative of my show, and I'm not letting them. But right now, I just don't feel like fighting. Okay, you can look at my eyes. I'm tired, and I'm just sick of being attacked. These people that have all this energy to go around calling everybody and messaging everybody and telling everybody, it's one of two things. It's a sickness that they have. They're either sick, mentally sick, or they are being told by their handlers to do it. That's the only two. Just what else is there? Because they have this energy that I don't have. When I was fighting the Filthy Five, it was actually more than that. It was about 6 or 7 of them, but there was only one of them that worked. And now two of these other 3, I'm wondering if they work because, or is it just a cover? Because they both have jobs where they just travel around, driving around everywhere, supposedly. But they're always on the internet, playing around, always saying things and calling people. So they have time for this. I don't. I can't wage a war. I'm busy. I got things to do. So if I fight, it's got to be part-time at best. And I just, every day you wake up, and I mean, Shane Michael Crisp from West Coast Dogman, he messaged me today, and then we had a talk on the phone. And yes, Love Cat, I have. But, go look at PRT News. There it is again, the freaking 6, and it doesn't say it up there. It just says it right there. But anyways, sorry, just distracted by the devil's number over here. But he messaged me today, and we talked, and he posted something in the PRT News about what this person did. Go and read it. I mean, it's right there. This dude did the same thing to Bettina. He did the same thing to Maddie. Same thing to Matt Impsch. I mean. Dad doesn't sleep. He just sitting there, dumb, stupid, whatever, messaging people constantly. I don't have that kind of energy. I can't just sit there and call people all day because I have people to talk to about this stuff. And if I'm not doing that, then I'm dealing with contracts. And every other day, if not every day, we're dealing with something from our job. And we got a build going on. We just don't have time for this crap. I mean, and then my wife is writing music and songs and doing the board game, which has been shelved right now because we got to deal with all this legal stuff. And guess what? Now I got to shell out like almost $3,000 to a lawyer. So the money that we got for the freaking cameras, I'm sorry to say, but half of that is probably just going to be thrown into the abyss. or all of that probably, and we need probably like only half of it should have been like allotted to this, but it's going to be thrown into this legal because I have to get these people to stop because they have the energy of the Energizer Bunny and I don't. The only thing I can think of is that the devil gives them energy. I don't know. They're over here talking about I kneel before the devil. Dude, you're the one doing all this crazy crap. Mike Hunt said, is it PRT News on Facebook? I can't find it. How would he find it? I don't know.
You can.
I don't know. I barely go there.
You can just type. I'm pretty sure you can just type in PRT News into like a search, and then when the results come up, there should be like tabs at the top, and you just click on the one that says Groups. It should come up. I'm pretty sure it'll be there.
Hey, Donnie Cho, what's going on, man?
And also, if you have any of us added on Facebook, I don't know if you're on Facebook, but if you have us on there or if you find us on there, you can shoot us a message and we can send you an invite to the group. So there's that too.
It's Salem Nemesis says still waiting for the PRT Discord server. Now we are going to be doing what's it called? The other one. What is it called? The other platform. The other
Rumble.
That idiot said something about that to Matt Imsh that we're running to Rumble to get away. I'm like, what? Running from what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking? You didn't read that? The text that Matt Imsh gave us the correspondence from him.
Yeah.
So did Abe Cias. So did Brandon. I'm not going to say his last name, but Brandon. And so did a bunch of other people. And we turned it all over to the lawyer because I'm just like, dude, I didn't even read it all. Folks, I give you my word. I didn't even read it all. Because I don't have time to read all this crazy damn nonsense that somebody writes. So I'm just like, give it to the lawyer and let him deal with it because I just am not, I don't give a shit about this anymore. Like, this dude, like, who cares? You know? And I had a Dogman story for you guys, but I'm not going to be able to tell it. But yeah, Madeline, it's exhausting. And we are all exhausted. I know you are. And what, like I said before, what damn business is it of these grown men, what two us consenting adults do? And why was it so urgent for you to make me talk to you about it? It's just a stupid thing. Stupid. It's stupid. The phone been ringing off the hook and people messaging me and it's unbelievable. They have managed to do in like 2 weeks what the Filthy Five couldn't do in 6 months. And just upend everything and actually take people away from us.
Yeah, they've caused a lot more havoc in a lot shorter period of time.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because we let them into our lives. It's our fault. Mm-hmm. Because we let them get close to us. We let one of them stay at our house for free. Overpaid him really and both of them just slept all the time. That's all.
Paid for his truck to get fixed, and then.
And then they just stuck the knives in like daggers in our back, and then people are sitting there going like, "Well, they're the good guys." Like, are you serious? And they're feeding off of knowing that we have been under stress and under all this drama, as everybody calls it. So they knew that. They knew that, and they've said this. They've said this that they know that public opinion is going to be against PRT because we've been at this war for so long that now we're fighting our own people, so it makes us look like we're eating ourselves. They knew that. That's why they made their move. That's what they did. It's no coincidence. Yeah, of course. I mean, so you're going to look like a crazy bad guy. Charles Center says, that is why I don't text much to you, Wolf. I know you have had so much going on. Don't stop sending me stories or corresponding with me because of all of this, okay? I could tell who's fishing and trying to be a evil, snarky person and who's trying to be a good guy and trying to help. I can tell. I can tell the difference. Brian Wallace says, I'd hate to stop the flow of the stream, but what is the Facebook group called? It's called PRT News.
Yeah.
Catania, that was a great mistake to let him into your house. I did. Well, the one, he tricked us into getting our address. I never invited him, the crazy goofball. Like, I never gave him our address. One of them did because he tricked them. So I always told him, don't let him know where we live, but he does now. And the other one, he pretended to be friends with us, you know, like and just wanted to help or whatever. And I tell you what it was too is the war did something because became so attached to that character assassination crap.
Yeah, he enjoyed that too
And I
much.
didn't like it. I kept saying, I don't like this. This is not my thing. It's not my thing, dude. To sit there and just pick apart someone's life and destroy them.
And then continue making these hit piece videos after these people had came to the table and said, "Hey, let's
want
just have
peace.
peace. We want peace. We want this to be done." And Wolf had that conversation with him, and he said, "Okay, we're gonna move forward. No more of this." And then I don't know what was it? Not even a week later,
Yeah.
you know.
And that's why he was
here
so salty at Bettina because she said that, look, we need this peace. I'm frazzled.
Yeah.
And he cussed her and said all kinds of stuff, not to her face, but he said it to
Mm-hmm.
us and to Maddie and everybody else. He said all kinds of bad things because he was mad at her. Because, folks, you got to understand something. And believe me when I tell you this, they wanted this to continue. It's like they needed it, you know? And I'm like, then go fight. Because y'all weren't doing what I was doing. You weren't dealing with what I was dealing with. The shrapnel was hitting me and Bettina and Abe. It wasn't hitting them. So hell yeah, you want to sit back there and lob grenades when you ain't going to have to pay for it. Good. And then these people, they're over there like, he's the real MVP. Why? How is he the MVP? You couldn't lift your head without me. Until I stood up to the swamp man, which to this day still pisses me off because nobody will go after that guy. Nobody. Everybody's scared of this dude. Big old fat tub of goo sitting over there. Well, what do we have here? Voodoo man, huh? Ooh, I'm really scared. Shut up.
Hello there, children.
I got 300,000 subscribers. I just bought a whole bunch more. I'm coming for you, Nacho. I don't give a shit what you do. You goofy fat bastard. Have fun. I'm sorry I got mad and said that. I don't give a shit. The dude, he's the only one that wouldn't apologize and wouldn't say, hey, I'm wrong, because he's got too much pride. He's all puffed up with pride. That's Stay Puff Daddy right there. Old goofy ass talking, making videos about me, some evil man from Austin or whatever, dude. At least I'm not an evil man that lives in the swamp. Whatever.
Reminds me of
No,
Chef.
not swamp dweller. No. Shitwater.
Chef.
Talking about you, Chef.
Hello
You call me the dirty Mexican, right? That's what he calls me. Racist. He's the most racist person out there.
How's it going? Bad. Well, bad.
Because you're alive. And you're looking at me. Yeah, so anyway, these people, they're Hollow Earth book recommendation. The Smoky God or Edadorpa. Those would be my first two. The Shaver Mysteries is always a good one. It says here, if they take you down, all others, Blondes and Blues, BMR, etc., will be easier targets. You can punch since childhood. Yeah, the thing is, though, that is their ultimate goal, taking me down, because then that unleashes them on the rest of the community. And if you notice their videos, all of them, they were saying, I thought you were going to quit. Why are you still here? Well, I'm still here because you're still here. I probably would have quit if they weren't around. I would have just been like, I'm tired of this. They're gone, though, so I can take my bow, whatever. But now, after what I've been told by the guys from the UFO communities, I'm probably in too deep now. I'm screwed. I'm going to have to be here because if I leave the public eye, well, I guess I'm going to get whacked. I don't know. Anyway, you slice it. We can't do the conference this year. And what's even crazier about it is these guys that are doing what they're doing to us now, they knew all of this. They saw everything those people did to us, which makes me think, and I'm going to go out and say this, they were probably in it with them. I mean, a couple of them, I think, really were. I mean, one of them in particular basically quotes word for word what AI and the other one says all the time. Now, I haven't talked to the guy from AI in a long time because he's fighting with his sister or whatever, and I don't want to be involved in all that. It's not my deal. He's been making sideways comments about me or whatever, but I'm not going to respond. I don't care. I don't give a crap what he hasn't said my name, so, Darkwing had a whopping 27 in his live this week. Sometimes he has like all these people in there and they're like, your show best, good time number 1. And you're like, what is that? Like these people can't write English or whatever. You're like, come on, dude. Really?
And some of those live streams aren't like, they're not even him putting on a live show. It's just like pre-recorded stuff that's playing on a loop for like 24 hours. So.
So what ends up happening is that you have people, 700 viewers and like 5 people in the chat. Yeah, it's. I can tell you this. I mean, you know, like they're all fake as the day, you know, they were made. Okay, I don't even know what that means. It just sounds appropriate for the time. I'm so exhausted from dealing with them. But, you know, if you really wanted to make a difference, Puff, and I'm talking about Puffington. Puffington, if you wanted to make a difference, why didn't you go after him? Maybe because you liked him. Maybe he's your friend. Maybe that's why you took his video and posted it in your group and then slammed me. Because that's what you did. I noticed that, and I noticed that Perry, the cable guy, never, I'm going to call him Perry because I don't want to say his real name, but I noticed that he never said anything against any of them publicly, not once.
Yeah.
Not once. And then he ended up in all of these groups and stuff. And I'm like, where did this guy come from? Like, he just fell out of the sky. And now he's just, like, in everything, you know?
It's funny how
it's like
they
cranberries. You know how cranberries are in everything? Like, cran apple, cran grape, cran, you know, spam. You know, where did he come from? Mm-hmm. I was at the first conference. And he says he paid for all this stuff, for the security. Claims he was security there. And I was like, what? Introduced me to Daryl Denton, which he didn't. Introduced me to Martin Groves, which he didn't. Introduced me to Barton, which he didn't. Like, what do you... Stop lying, dude. First time I ever met you was in Jefferson, dude. I walk in and he's all, you want to talk about Bigfoot? And I'm like, no, I'm complaining about my hotel room because there's roaches and beer bottles in there. Oh, you know what? I was talking about Bigfoot. And I told Barton, I said, dude, you remember? He said he was at our first conference, right? But yet, here he's saying... Nice to finally meet you. Is that something you say to somebody that you've already met? I don't think so.
Yeah, nobody remembers this guy from the first conference.
Yeah, Morgan says, Righty all of a sudden said hi to me out of nowhere all the time in the chat. Like, who is this dude, man? And there's D right there. D worked with him. He can tell you how damn crazy he is and weird-ass stuff he did. Had some picture of some woman that we were just like sending it to people. Like, what is this? This isn't your wife?
Yeah, like, why would you have pictures?
Like, why would you have pictures of women?
Of like 20-something-year-old girls on your phone? Just sending them to people.
It's weird.
What's wrong with you?
And then everybody's like, he's a good guy. Go hang out in people's chats and go hang out with them because don't hang out. I don't want him anywhere near me. And if he's in someone's chat, which one of my really dear friends, I'm not going to say his name, has him running around in his chat. So I won't go there. I will not go to his channel. I will not go to his chat. I love him dearly, but I just won't do it because I can't be around him. I can't sit there and look at him high-fiving everybody, knowing everything that he's done. The thing with Shane Michael Crisp, go look. Sick and tired of it. Reaching out to my other friend that co-hosts with me on Easter Sunday. You going to call somebody up on Easter Sunday to talk shit about Josh Turner? Who the hell does that? What is wrong with you, dude? Like, you're going to call somebody up and talk about me. D, come on, D. Oh, whoa. Okay, so, but I mean, why would you do that? Why would you call someone up and talk about me on Easter Sunday? And then try to get him he tried to get him to lie and say that I had told him to F off and give him some kind of text or something. And I'm like, what are you doing? What is wrong with you, dude? Are your handlers that desperate to take me down?
You know what's funny? Like some of these people, how like some of these people who were part of the Filthy Five, they could blatantly blaspheme, perform black magic, voodoo, whatever. And Perry, the cable guy, you didn't say a word against them.
Never, not
Nothing.
once.
I mean, they blatantly just committed all kinds of blasphemy. but that didn't aggravate you one bit. You did not whisper in anyone's ear about them. You weren't going around calling all their people, going on the smear campaign. But you're doing that to Wolf. You know.
And you.
Yeah, and me, and you're trying. You and your two other stooges there, Mo, Larry, and Curly. You're trying to ruin my reputation, doing the same thing that Miss Blake did. You know, trying to accuse me, paint me as some sort of criminal. I did not break into her house like she said that I did, and what you and your two friends are trying to say that I did. The perception that you're trying to create is another falsehood, and you know it, and you're trying to ruin my life. Honestly, that is your ultimate goal, and the only vested interest that any of you could possibly have to doing that is because you are jealous of the fact that the girl that you liked did not like any of you. Two of you are married men, and Perry the cable guy. You're like 30. You're old enough to be her father. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with your warped mind?
Yeah.
So, and to all of you here who really wanted a third conference, I'm sorry, but that can't happen now. And you can thank Puffington Post, you know, Sir Puffy Puffington. You can thank him. You can thank Perry the cable guy. And you can thank Silly Philly over there in Germany. You can thank those three.
But the truth is coming, guys. The truth is coming.
Because they're all working together. Yeah.
They're going to bring us
to
down.
expose us and all this stuff.
And then he blatantly lied and said that they weren't trying to bring us down. Yet that's exactly what Perry the cable guy has been texting everybody.
Yeah,
that they're going to bring us down.
Not to mention that he knew that we were going to be having a dinner with a mutual friend in New Braunfels, and this is after he had gone around to several people, implying that he needs to be that Wolf threatened him, which he didn't, and that he needs to be afraid for his life, and that if need be, he's armed and he can defend him, and he's going to defend himself against Wolf.
Yep. After
he said that, then he tried to show up to this dinner that he knew we were going to be at. So if you're in fear for your life, Mr. Perry,
why would you show up?
Why show up where we're at?
Knowing that we're going to be there.
Does that sound like the actions of someone who is afraid of their life? If I'm afraid that someone is going to do me harm, I'm not going to go where I know they're at. The only reason that anyone would do that is because they have some sort of ambush planned. So we had to cancel that for our own safety. Because the target, I'm sure, was him. But me, Nelly, Tony, I mean, if something happens to him, we're witnesses. So what? We're collateral damage?
Peace Frog, yes, he was
We're
making
loose
an
ends?
alibi. And what was your plan, Perry? Were you going to kill me? Because, I mean, and that's why people have pointed out that he's doing things like there's no consequences. Like he's doing things like with impunity, which makes me wonder. Only a shill does something like that because he feels like he can't be messed with. Like he can't be, dealt with. So what was your thinking? Were you going to do it? And I hate to think that somebody hates me that bad that they were, I mean, if that was what he was thinking. I'm not saying he was because I don't know. I'm asking though. I mean, think about it. Ah, damn, man. And I told our mutual friend that's still friends with him, God only knows why, but I told him, I said, look, dude, this guy, he's doing something that's totally evil. It's completely evil. No matter how you slice it, it is evil. And when he's going around telling all these people, doing all these things, and I said, there are 1 million people who believe different than me, or that believe different than him. And he's not attacking a damn one of them. He's just attacking me. And in fact, the guy he called on Easter said on my show, he believes like I do. But yet he called him to try to go after me. There again, that guy does not believe like you. That's why I know this is not about religion. This is not about belief. This is not about Anthony or Maddie. This isn't about me making fun of his alma mater, which he came at me at one point because of that too, because he's crazy. This is something wrong with him. And if I have to tell you the honest to God's truth, I'm looking you in the camera, looking in the eye, I am in fear for my safety because I don't know what he's planning on or what he's capable of. Going to that dinner, knowing we were going to be there, really freaked me out. And I thank God that it came out because I told my wife, I don't know what he was going to do. And now the person that he went to dinner with, that he showed up and played like he's Mr. Good Guy, whatever, she's not even really talking to us.
You know, that's one thing that people don't understand about men in particular, but just people in general. That the most dangerous man that you will ever meet is a man who portrays himself as harmless, as oh shucks, I'm just a good old boy, or I'm just meek, mealy mouthed, soft, this and that. But those are. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them lie to you. They are the most dangerous men that you will ever meet in your entire life because they know that they cannot perform any sort of like they can't use frontal force against you. So they work behind your back and they pretend to be your friend. They're weak snakes in the grass. They're passive aggressive, sneaky little turds. I was going to use a different word, but let's just call them turds. They're very, very dangerous. If someone has a reputation for just being a good old harmless, oh, he wouldn't hurt a fly. Yes, he would.
And he's got people.
He would hurt you. Don't. If you make those people mad, they're not gonna call you or talk to you and try to rectify things. They're gonna try and ruin you. They're gonna try and ruin your life, and that's what's happening because. If you notice, like these three, they have this reputation that they wouldn't hurt a fly. They're harmless.
Yeah, everybody thinks they're nice and good. Let me tell you something,
Brother Perry, all this crap.
Yeah, let me tell you something about these people. Who knows them better than we do? They were in our camp, okay. And I said this many times about Fluffington, that I was not comfortable with him. I said this to all of him, to Maddie. You heard it. Everybody heard it. Bettina heard it. Nellie. My brother heard it, everybody. I was not comfortable with this guy. Talking about you want to hit me with a pipe? You make jokes like that, and you say, oh, it was a joke. No, it wasn't a joke. There's something that crossed your mind. Why? Because, and they all cried. They all cried to our mutual friend. He didn't have time for us. He said that was what they were whining about. I'm like, are you serious? What are you? 5? What are you, 10? Are you children?
If you're truly someone's friend, years can pass by, and when you meet that person or you talk to that person again, you pick up where you left off like nothing ever happened. If you're actually truly a friend. You don't complain like, oh, you don't call me enough, bro.
And then one of them.
What is this? Be a man.
One of them told Brian and Dee out there at the site, and Dee's on the here right now, and Brian might be in the chat. But he told him, he's like, oh, you just got to be careful out here, man. These evil people out here, they snatch up children. And my brother's like, well, then it's a good thing we're not children. Are you a child? You act like it. Like, what are you talking about? You're grown men guarding something. Act like a grown man. I mean, it defies logic in every sense of how on God's beautiful green earth can you sit here and act like children? But that tells me everything I need to know right there. And Dee's laughing because you remember that. Dee was like, well, it's a good thing we're not kids because, what are you talking about? People from the woods are going to come and kidnap you because you're a man-child? What are you talking about? I'll never understand these people. I don't, gave you everything I could. Went to bat for you when I shouldn't have, with all the crazy, weird, damn behavior that went on. And then one of them admitted that he called me 70, 80 times to our mutual friend who has a podcast that everybody knows who I'm talking about, probably. I don't know. I'm not going to say his name. But he told him he called me 70, 80 times and that I might have answered once. What does that tell you? If somebody calls you 70, 80 times, and he called me more than that, that was probably just in a week, Anthony, you could attest to this.
Yeah.
Call me like every damn day. And I'm like, dude, I don't have time. When you run 2 businesses and then you got to work out, which I got to do tonight, and you got to, run a show, then maybe you can understand. And then he goes around telling everybody he gave me $3,000. What are you talking about? You donated to the show like $50 every other show or something. That must have been over the span of 2 years. And then you all of a sudden developed an interest in this because your daughter's boyfriend, whatever, some weird story. You told 3 or 4 different ones. I don't believe any of it. And all of a sudden, I just like Dogman and Bigfoot and ghosts. Who wakes up at the age of 50-something, 5, 6, and just says, you know what, now I'm interested in this? Does that make any sense to anybody? No, it doesn't to me. And I'm sorry we're even talking about it. This is ridiculous. We're over here on the show talking about it. And we said we weren't. We said we weren't going to do this. This is not correct. This is not correct. Not at all. Sorry. Got carried away. We're going through a lot, folks, and this bullshit where they say, it's PRT, all about drama, because they bring it to us. And my friends in the UFO community, they were right. They're like, it's going to keep happening. But if you just run from them and keep it pretend like it's not happening, it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. And there's a reason why they're not targeting all these other people. Think about it. Because I'm saying things that other people aren't saying, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm telling you the truth, and I'm going through all of these different, genres to get to the answers, and we're getting closer and closer. And so what? What happens if this becomes a movement, and then everybody starts thinking for themselves and starts going, hey, the people in charge aren't like they're supposed to be. What if they are lizards? What if vampires and werewolves are real? Bigfoot is real. And there are aliens or interdimensionals or whatever. And we do need God in Christ. And we need to be prepared for that terrible day of judgment. And people start thinking like that, then they're afraid and they're scared and they're like, oh boy, okay, we got to shut this dude down. Send in the shields. That's all I can think of. Because these guys that told me this yesterday or the day before, they were very adamant about it.
Because doing what they're doing takes a lot of time, and if you're an adult, time is money. So you got to ask, who's feeding these people while they're doing all this? Like, where's this money coming from? If they have full-time jobs, then where are they finding the time to just call each and I don't know how many of you, probably hundreds of you by now, witnesses, fans. Other podcasters, YouTubers,
authors.
Where are they finding the financial means?
See, Debbie just said that. Where are their wives? That's the thing.
Yeah.
2 of them are driving around Texas or driving around the country all over the place, and their wives sit at home.
So who's backing them?
Do they even work? I know one of them's being sued.
And is it even a financial thing, or
did they get in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, or are they obligated to do this because they caught doing something bad, and
one of them,
we're given a deal.
One of them, I know what he did. One of them who thinks he's smart, little cutesy poo. Go ahead, I'm waiting for you to drop that video of yours, buddy boy. Go on, fat kid. Go on, and I'm gonna let everybody know about you. Keep it up. I got 5 people who heard you. Don't even try it. Don't even try it with me. Don't mess with me, dude. And you better hope that cease and desist goes through before you do something stupid that you're going to regret. I'll make sure. I'm going to make sure everybody knows the truth, because I haven't even told you half of the truth, because I haven't even been saying it. Other people are posting it, and they're talking about all these people are coming forward, all these people. Who? Audra and Bat shit, whatever her name is. Yeah, those are your people? Okay, good. Yeah, okay, now let's get to the real people. Let's get to real people. Not people who are bitter and have an axe to grind with somebody else that I quit fighting that they're mad about. Exactly, Bernard Fox. I wondered that myself. And if you're listening out there, just remember, keep throwing your barbs. Keep going person to person. You think you're cute and you think you're protected because you're over there in Germany, buddy. You can get sued too. Be threatened with legal action. Yeah, I'm threatening with legal action. Absolutely. Because you won't stop. And it's not It's libel or slander if it's true. So when you make your video, you make your move, you better make sure every single thing is true. Because if I can depose any of it, I will. I absolutely will. And I'm sorry, but I got to take money from the camera fund to fight you. I will. I'm going to do that. I'm holding on to see what I got to do. Your move, buddy boy. You won't stop. You will not stop. None of you can because you don't know how. You don't have brakes on that car. All you know is anger, jealousy, rage, envy. Wish you would have fought this hard against the Filthy Five, Mr. Perry, the cable guy, because you sure the hell didn't. You didn't do shit. But when it came to me, let's go out and get this boy. Go look at his Facebook. It says he worked for the Justice Department. Really? Did you really? Then he says his friend from Homeland Security that I talked to, he's a real estate agent, okay? And he says he gave me this guy to help me do he didn't do anything for me. You did nothing for me, so stop lying. Then you wanted to talk crap about Matt Imsh and Bettina. About what? Why? What in the hell was that? Did that have to do with anything? Nothing. Had nothing to do with anything. You psychopaths. Ridiculous, dude. Dude, pack it up. Give it up. Leave us alone, and we'll leave you alone. But talking to Shane today, it just lit my ass up because, and Shane's a good guy. He's a good kid. He don't need this crap. Thank you for that, Brett. Appreciate it.
He just had a baby.
He just had a baby.
Just
he
wants
doesn't
to
need
enjoy
this
his
shit.
family.
But he felt the need, and thank God we have good people who've come forward. And then you try to go to Brother Abe and talk to that's my brother right there. Don't you're not going to twist Bettina and Abe against me. I fought a war for them. Don't even try it. Go find another target.
Yeah, those two especially are not weak-willed or
They're not
weak-minded.
going to go for your bull crap. None of these people that you're saying. And every time they talk to somebody, they run and say that person's now on their team. Yeah, talk to so-and-so. They're on my team now. When they sit there and tell you to stop and leave me alone and that I'm not trying to attack you, how do you misinterpret that as they're on your team? Because I have something that we built that is good and it helps people and it does something for the community. You do nothing. You build nothing. You make nothing. You produce nothing. You could go and be something somewhere else. But no, you're obsessed, absolutely demonically obsessed with destroying us. Why? Because Maddie liked Anthony and not you? It's just the truth. That you crawl inside my head to try to give me all these the funny thing is, Pluffy didn't even tell Maddie that he had just talked to me when she was upset. Nor did he tell me that her mother was having open heart surgery, her grandmother, whatever. All those details just seemed to go off and then he was all like, here I am, the fat white knight shoulder to cry on. After I just said all kinds of horrible crap about you, here I am for you to cry on.
Yeah, and I don't care what anyone says. Like that guy, he had this weird, he got this weird enjoyment or like energy. I guess he enjoyed the energy that he got from being like that sensitive guy, harmless sensitive guy, shoulder to cry on, from women in particular. It was like he took joy in the fact that these women could not necessarily that they went through what they went through, but the fact that he could be the guy, the shoulder to cry on guy. Like, there's
no wonder his wife was mad at him. His wife, his girlfriend. Whatever.
I mean, if a woman suffers horrific abuse and she's terrorized, you're not supposed to take any sort of like joy or solace in the fact that she is confiding in you. It should make you sad. It should. If you're a normal moral person, that's not something that you just like doing. It's sick. I don't get it. It's twisted.
Yeah, and Anunnaki Bro said dude was way too into protecting women. Yeah. Kate Hunter, thank you for that donation. You and Rita Burnett are anything you guys want, just hit me up and I'll send it to you. Books, if you don't have my books or if you want.
Oh, there he is, Abe. He says he was feeding off their experiences.
Yeah. And Abe is one of the people that they contacted at 3 a.m.
Well, he was sick.
Well, he was sick. They hassled him, and he wasn't the only one. And Bettina got somebody else on the phone with me to tell me all this crazy damn stuff that they told him. And I'm sitting there going like, I can't even go. I was trying to leave the house to go to dinner. And it's none of your damn business. If Maddie comes down here to live, it ain't nobody's business but hers. If she wants to live here, let her live here. You're going to tell her stuff, oh, don't go down there. Like, what? For what? And then tell me, oh, don't let her move down there. Something bad's going to happen. And then get on the phone and lie. And the minute you get off the phone with me, you run and call somebody and say all kinds of lies. And you all did it, every one of you. Liar, liar, your pants on fire, dude. I mean, just evil as a day is long. I ain't never seen anything like it, dude. I mean, the enemy within. We had the enemy without, which was the other guys. And then it just looks like it's an ongoing thing. And Tony said it today. He's like, I'm just tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. But now if we quit, it's like, they'll just wait till when I'm, whatever. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily them, but whoever's handling, whoever's behind us, ultimately, whatever.
It's not a coincidence that, to me, it felt like that second conference was like the culmination of all this like really positive energy that was being developed since accrued since the beginning of PRT, and it just came to a head at that second conference. And for me, that was like the zenith of everything that we've done, because you walk into that room, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all 3 days it was packed. And it was full of positivity. Yeah, I mean, the energy in there was palpable. You look around, it's nothing but smiles, people shaking hands, meeting, making connections, collaborating. It was awesome. I mean, I loved it. And it's not a coincidence that right after that, after we did something so good that reached so many good people,
mercilessly.
Then here's all these negative people, all this negativity, these spirits of strife just attacking us. And every single time, if you've noticed, every single time that the Wolf does a live stream, or every single time that we release an episode that really resonates with people, especially if they leave comments like this helped me find the Lord. Your words have helped me.
We've got a lot of those too.
Every single time there's like a really particularly hard-hitting spiritual show, right after that, all this crap comes out. There's all these people attacking us. I mean, this is not a coincidence. Spiritual warfare is around us at all times, and it's a real thing, and it doesn't stop. It is ceaseless, is absolutely relentless, and that's what we're going through here. There's no two ways about it. I've noticed it. I mean, every time we do something that feels really good, and we know that like so many people have gotten so much out of it, then here comes someone or a group of someone.
It's never just one. There's a pack of them. It's always a pack of demons.
Legions. Yeah. That's what it is. It's legion.
I mean, and it never fails. It always happens. And we were hopeful. We were riding that high coming off that second conference, and they attacked Abe and Bettina, and I saw it, and I was like, here we go, man. And I didn't think it was going to take 6 months of hell, and then we were seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And then our own camp jumps and decides to come at me, and I'm like, you bastards. You bastards. You were waiting for that. You were looking for a reason. You were waiting, and just waiting in the wings. And folks, we tried talking to them. There's no talking to them, because as soon as you got the phone with them, they go and they run and they do whatever. So there is nothing you can do. We've tried. Mickey G says, I mean what I said about this channel pretty much helping to keep me here. I was in a dark place when I found this channel. And Jamie says, they won't win, guys. I hope not. I mean, I hope that people were smart enough or whatever. They're cooking up something in the big black cauldron, And, they're like, oh, they keep alluding to this big truth is going to come out thing, whatever, so they can make their move. And I'm serious, man. I'm dead serious. I'm going to sue the shit out of them because I'm so sick of it, dude. I fought the battles against the other guys. One of them's still out there making videos, popping off, saying all kinds of crazy stuff. But everybody already knows he's a lunatic. I mean, it's not like we don't know. You know, everybody knows who he is, the Voodoo King, you know. But these other guys, like, this is like, I don't know, man. Like, you were with us, and then all of a sudden you just decided, hey, you're jealous. And you had to tell me all these bad things about somebody. I don't know. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Missy Bash, you're right. Just got to do, you know, it's going to be, you know, whatever. I can't go into a couple different people's chats because Perry the cable guy is just running amok in there on those channels and just saying all kinds of crap. And he knows if Nelly goes in there and says hi, I know from what people have screenshotted and sent me that he'll make snide, sideways remarks and passive aggressive remarks. And I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't disappointed, you know, in the people that are letting him do it because, I mean, I love them people, but I mean, good gosh, man. I mean, enough is enough, dude. You can't see that this guy, what he's doing? How can these people be that fooled? I mean, you know, I don't get it.
Well, he uses his super chat donations to them as a means of like leverage, so that they feel some sort of obligation to him to let him run amok and just do and say whatever. But what people have to understand is that whenever he does that, that's not a charitable donation. In his mind, that's an investment, and he wants a return on that investment, whether you know it or not. In his world, you now owe him something. You are obligated to him. Now, in reality, that's not the case, but in his world, it is, and he's going to try and force his world into your world, and it's just a matter of time. It's not what he's giving you is not a donation; it's an investment. And he feels entitled to a certain level of ownership over what you do and what you say. You just wait. It's going to happen. This man is not your brother.
Yeah, he's not. And Abe said they could have been infiltrating all along. Yeah, you're right. That's what I've wondered. That's what a lot of people have told me because the first phone call, when he called and ranted and raved at you that time, that was 2 days before Puffington had me call him to complain about Maddie or whatever, to tell me about whatever it was. He wanted to talk to me or whatever. And so when I called him, it was like, that's when he's the one that told me all this, you know, whatever. And I'm like, got inside my head. And he also is the one that got me into fight with Brent Dill. Because he told me that Brent was in there running his mouth in his chat, and I got no time to sit there and watch an entire video. So I went over there and looked, and shame on me for that. I already apologized about that, and I said I was wrong. But I went over there and I looked, and I saw Brent in there talking. So I said, oh, he was. So I believe this guy, and you know, and last I saw, he was like on there commenting and talking to Brent. I hope, Brent, if you're listening, don't believe, dude, don't, because he's the one that got us into that. So if you thinking about working with him or you better think twice, dude. That guy. Thank you, Brett, for that donation. Anyways, folks, I didn't mean for this chat to end up going this way or whatever, but I think it's important, though, in one way that we do need to clear our names and say, we're not the ones behind this. We're not doing this crap. I mean, a lot of this seems like when the war was dying and it was ending, and I was like, thank God we're going to be able to go on. And now it's like they just reignited it. And now our enemies have started circling around and started saying stuff again because they smell blood in the water. And so here we go. And we got to wait and see if they're going to make their move now, because our own people. And they've taken people with them. People who were, you know, Patreon, and people who donated. They went after people, you know, and targeted people to get to come out, you know. There's other weird things I could tell you I don't have time to do, and I'm just there's certain things I can't say according to what, you know, the lawyer's saying, but it's just, Media Palace. That's Eric. What's going on, Eric? Yeah, I don't have a problem with Brent. I mean, just, you know, he got us into that fight. And I already told you, Eric, about when it happened, way back when it happened. I said I was taking advice from somebody who I thought was...
From someone you trusted.
I trusted. I mean...
And you thought his word was good, and he gave you...
Bad information that got me into that crap. Niceness does not equate to goodness. Yes, Valerie, exactly. They act nice, but they ain't, believe me, they ain't religious, but they ain't no fools. They think that they're, you know, they're slimy, dude. They're slurking around, whatever. Jason Broussard says, I lurked in a humanoid's chat last Wednesday. I witnessed Cable Guy being sideways. He did 10 tons of ass kissing, but was being very snide on the download. Yeah, that's what he does. That's what he does. He goes into people's chats and he acts like Mr. Good Guy. And, you know, he says things and he's aiming them at me and a couple other people probably, you know. But that's what he does. And he's just awful. You know, just got to deal with it. Truth Walker says, lead tracker E will pass like a kidney stone, but it will pass. Yeah.
I forgot who said this comment, but they said it a couple of times that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. It doesn't mean it won't be wielded against you in the meantime.
Yeah.
It's true.
Amy Krill says, yes, I noticed that. And if you notice, I haven't been in that chat. And I love Barton, but I'm not going to go to his chat because he's got him in there. And, you know, I mean, it's his right to have that guy as his friend. And he, like he said, he's not going to have anybody tell him who to be friends with. But I will say this, Larry has gone and said to people, and this is who I'm addressing you. And what you've gone and said is that Barton stood up to me and turned on me and all this other stuff. You're a liar. He never stood up to me because there was nothing to stand up to. We have not fought. We have not had a problem. That's it. I haven't pressured him to not be your friend. I haven't told him what to do. Now, when he asked me what was going on, I told him.
Just the brazen, like,
the lying, dude.
Arrogance. I mean, to lie on Barton of all people.
Yeah.
It's like...
And then to say that Letitia was the one that said that Nelly had told everybody to leave Matt's chat during the 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, basically made up a lie about
That's in PRT News, too.
Made up a lie about your wife and then blamed it on Barton's wife.
Go look at what he told Matt. I mean, the messages. And then there's more to it. I mean, he told me that Matt said all these horrible things about him. Like me and him talked on the phone. I confronted him about the thing with Maddie and why was he doing what he was doing. And he wanted to talk about Matt. Matt said and did all these things, said that there was just crazy people or whatever, that people said I was crazy and that I was weird because I talked about weightlifting and supplements and being a fighter, whatever. And that people thought I was nuts and all this. So he told Matt all this, right? But then he told me that Matt said that to him. Then he ran and told Matt that I said that. Because it's like, you know, just make shit up. Because that's how you win, right? By just making up stories, making up lies. Yeah, it was exactly what he was doing, Matt. He was deflecting. That's exactly what he was doing. And he brought up Bettina, too. And I was just like, and you can't deny it because Tony was standing right there. I have a person that could sign an affidavit that's heard everything you said. And then you asked me about how much money I gave him. And shame on me because I shouldn't have told you. But I was like, dude, what are you talking about? It's none of your business. This guy needed help, and I helped him. And you just get in everybody's business like a piejo, as they say in Spanish, like lice. You're in everybody's business, man. Vieja chismoso. That's what you are, man. It's in Spanish. You're like an old ninny over there.
Yeah, like a nosy old lady.
Nosy old lady gossiping. Hey, you know who said this?
You should take up cross-stitching if you're going to be gossiping so you can sit around with your other friends and cross-stitch and just gossip like old hens.
Abe, viejo baboso. Que mucho payaso. Yeah, that's what he is, man. I mean, like, you look at this dude and you're just like, what's wrong with these people? And then Fluffy don't even speak Spanish, but he talks like this. Like, what is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, I don't get that.
Are you the fakest person I've ever met or what? And some of the weird things you said, do you really want people knowing what you said? Because I'll tell people. I haven't been mean yet. Folks, I promise you, I have not been mean yet. There is a lot of things I could say. That y'all would hope and pray that the cease and desist goes through tomorrow so you don't have to embarrass yourself, because when you do, it's all going to come out, because I'm going to take you to court, and everything you've ever said, you think your life is turned upside down now. Because I got people willing to sign papers of what you said. And some of these people have your screenshots and everything else. And you all have a past. We all do. Don't talk about me and throw rocks if you live in a glass house. We can talk about your being sued and all this other stuff by your what people are after you and suing you. Why? Did you not do the job right, or did you not do it at all? What happened and what's going on there? Don't talk about me and my family. You don't want to see my mean side. I've been nice, and this is me being nice to you. I have not unloaded like I can. You guys think that you're going to shoot some cannon at us and it's going to make everything go away. No. Only thing that's going to make it go away is you acting right. What you all really need to do is apologize. Apologize to Maddie, apologize to me, my wife, Anthony, Tony, all of us, my brother, everybody, for infiltrating and causing problems in our world, in our life. And you will know in your heart that what you're doing is not right, and you know you're wrong. You have to know that. You are grown people, and you're responsible for yourself. Yeah, Fisher spam. That's the best thing you could do. When he says, like, hey, man, what's going on to everybody? Just tell him, don't even say nothing. Don't even ignore that dude. He wants, he wants to get paid to take me down. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. I'll pay him. Pay him a cease and desist letter. Pay him no mind. Anyways, folks, thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry that this last hour went that way or whatever, and more drama and whatever the hell. It's not going to stop us, though, and believe me, you still got your encounters, and I hope you enjoyed those, and I enjoyed listening to them, and I enjoyed hearing them, and I like to talk, and everybody knows that, but I like to hear people's stories, and I like to talk to people who give me their stories and their encounters, and I loved talking to those guys. Those guys were awesome to talk to, and they really, gave me some really awesome material. So I can't take credit because it's not my stories, but retold them the best I could, but I do feel like I do my job, and my job is to be a go-between and bring it to life. That's what I do. I'm a storyteller. People say, well, you're a glorified storyteller. So be it. It's what I do. It's what I am. And I retell people's encounters. If you don't like it, there's other podcasts and YouTubers out there that do different things, and you can talk to them. And I talk to people. I bring them on the show and let them tell their stories. And I'm going to be doing a lot more of that coming up pretty soon, because I got a lot of people who want to tell their stories themselves, and we like to hear that too. We like to do that, and we'll break it down and we'll go over it and do what we got to do. Tuesday, we don't know what we're going to do. We may have a show. We may not. We probably will. But I got a lot of work to do. And if these people keep taking up all my time with their bullshit, then I'm going to have to talk to the lawyers and see what I got to do. But anyway, Amy Crow says, love the Creole granny story tonight. You like that one? You didn't like my friend Troy's story? Oh, you hurt his feelings. I'm going to tell him that you said that, Amy. I'm going to go and I'm going to call him right now. Troy, she didn't like you. She didn't like your story.
Yeah, she said you suck.
She said that she don't like tigers. She don't like tigers. All right, she's like, now. I'm just saying, Amy, it just sounds biased to me. Whatever. Any stories from WV? I'm taking it West Virginia. Oh, hell yeah. I had a granny witch story that I told not too long ago. Wow, it's probably been months now, maybe even a year, but I don't know. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. Things will settle down, hopefully, and if it takes cease and desist and lawsuit, then that's what we're going to do. I'm willing to pay whatever amount of money I got to pay to get it done. Unfortunately, we have money that we need to buy a computer. We need to freaking get new equipment and get the stuff so we can get out in the field. And I need money for somebody that's very close to me needs money for a medical issue. And I'm having to sit here and hold on because I got to pay my taxes, and then I got to fight these people. So it is what it is. Sam Squatch says, came in late. Hope everyone is good. Wolf tried to let it get to you much. Go back and listen to the show, man. There were 2 really good stories. They were long, but 2 really good encounters that I liked. Susan Woodcarver, Sweet Dreams to All. Susan, I remember you carved something for my mother. It was an angel. I remember that.
That was really nice.
She sadly never got to hold it or even see it. She passed away. But I still have it. And I'm not usually sentimental with objects. Like I could take this chain off and get rid of it. I don't hold on to objects like, oh, I care about this. Things come and go. They belong to the earth, and they'll go back to the earth. And I know that sounds kind of hippy dippy, whatever, but it's the truth. These things we don't take them with us. They don't belong to us. But I do sometimes. I look at that and I think about my mom. She wasn't perfect. She was, she had her flaws, but it is what it is. Thank you for that, though. Everybody that donated, thank you for donating. Thank you for helping making PRT what it is, because without you, the audience, we don't have anything. And we'll get through it. And I'm sorry that we had to go off on this tangent, but, well, thank you, Susan. I'm not much of an angel, but, I thank everybody for tuning in, and Maddie for being, the moderator or whatever. Keep your chin up, kid. It'll be all right. We'll get through this. Everybody that donated, thank you to Brother Heck, and for being in the chat always, but help him out if you can. He's going through a lot. He's got a lot going on. And thank you for everybody who's helped. Cancer is a horrible thing. Thank you, Abe, for showing up. We'll see you on Friday, Abe. Thank you, everybody, and good night.